There we go. There we go. Hope you feel better. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better. I'm feeling a bit better. Yeah, I think what ended up happening is that like the last like 3 weeks, are like rough, dude. They were rough. Just because of the fact that like well, I'll just, you know, be flat out with it. Basically what ended up happening is that like things have been going like relatively smooth for like the YouTube channel and stuff. And then what ended up happening is that like while I was kind of just like swallowed by the content, my agency was like feeding me sponsorships, and they were like, hey, you got a new one, you got a new one, you got a new one. And it's like, obviously I need to keep the lights on, I need to pay rent and whatnot like that. So I just kept saying, yeah, that's cool. Yep, that's cool. Yep, that's cool. And I didn't pay attention to it. And as a result of that, they all piled up, and I didn't slot in a lot of them like earlier in the last couple of months. So I've had to like meet the deadlines, and like trying to meet deadlines while also trying to be creative and not just like throwing out slop content. Like, I'm not going to do that, right? Like I need to make sure that I'm putting out something that like I want to be, like something I would watch. That's kind of the whole point. That's like why I make videos. I make videos that I would want to watch. Talking about things that I'm interested in, and being able to do that like on demand is not very easy, especially with the fact of like how I make videos, right? Like we're talking like typically 5,000 words, anywhere between 4,500 to 5,000 word essays that I'm writing about certain subjects, outside of like the, you know, some of the like article reaction kind of videos that I do. But even still, those I end up even with those I end up like still doing a lot of writing regardless, right? And yeah, so what that ended up being is that ended up being me like putting in a lot of like late hours and working like a lot of like days direct, like straight in a row, like 12-hour days plus for quite a few days. And I think just the overall like exhaustion, especially like I can't talk about what I did last weekend, but like when I will, things will make a little bit more sense even than afterwards. But I had something going on last weekend, so with that, then also the videos that I'm making and stuff, it just kind of, I think it just wore me out, because I was like sitting there and I'm like, man, it was weird because I didn't really know how to describe like how I was feeling. Like I was like slightly nauseous, but I had a headache and I just felt tired, right? And I cut stream early yesterday, right? And after I cut stream early, I went and laid down, and this is like I don't even know what time it was. I fell asleep for 4 hours straight, like out 4 hours straight. Woke up, I did a couple of things, and then went back to bed, and then I didn't wake up till like 9-ish today. It's called burnout. Yeah, I think I just burnt myself out. I think that's all it is. It's more or less also like trying to prepare for the holidays as well, you know what I mean? Because like I realize that like end of the month next month, you know, I'm not going to be here. I'll take like a week off to go, you know, hang out with family and stuff like that, and just kind of do that whole kind of thing. And yeah, so it's that's the whole kind of deal. Basically that's what's been going on. Just tired. That's all it is. It happens. Sleep also has a deficit. The compounds, it'll catch up with you. And I think that's also partially what it is too, right? Like a lot of nights of like me being up until like 2 o'clock in the morning, then getting up the next day at like, you know, 8, which I mean like 6 hours is still fine, but like, are you sleeping all the way through those? You know, are you sleeping straight 6? Probably not. You getting into them like REM, yeah, that REM cycle? Probably not. Let's see here. What you guys talking about? Good old chicken soup do the trick? Actually, yeah, I ended up Ironically, yeah, I did end up ordering some. I just ordered something because I was too tired to cook anything. So I just I ordered something. I ended up having some soup and stuff like that, and then just kind of crashed out for a bit. Take care of yourself. I'll be here whenever you release quality content, even if it takes a month between each video. Hey, yeah. I mean, like, ideally, it would be like really nice to be able to get to the point where I don't know what I would want to do. Like, part of me would actually really like to be the guy that really just uploads like once a week, but 9 times out of 10, there's so much shit that's going on in a week that I like posting at least twice. But I recognize that, like, part of me would also like to live stream more, and if I want to do that, I would have to make less videos. Simple as that. Which I would imagine the only way that I'd be able to, like, really pull that off the way that I would want to is if I streamed more and then cut content from stream, like reactions to articles, reactions to videos and stuff like that, posted that stuff onto the channel, and then also, like, you know, once a week had an actual, like, video essay like I normally do. Did you do a video for ReFantazio, or remembering all of your streams? No, video for ReFantazio's next week. Yeah, I'm doing a video on Metaphor ReFantazio next week. This week there's another video that's like waiting in the wings. I just haven't gotten I just haven't gotten approval to post it yet. That'll be on Stalker, and then Metaphor for next week. Really appreciate your channel and actually discussing the nuance around DEI and not just Chudge yelling about everything that doesn't have massive boobs. Well, I mean, like, it's not even that. Like, the funny thing is that, like, you have to be, like, really cautious about how you handle those kind of subjects to begin with. And I don't feel like people want to take the time to give it the proper nuance. And by not giving it the proper nuance and the proper care that's like required for it, what ends up happening is that you end up actually feeding a community and creating a community of people that are genuinely, like, bigoted and racist and shit like that. Because, like, I even noticed it within my own community when I posted a couple videos talking on that subject. I attracted those people like that because they're hungry for a place that they can call home, right? Like, they're already outcast to begin with when you use that kind of rhetoric and you have that kind of outlook on the world where you actually, you know, genuinely do not want games to be diverse. You do not want people, you only want to be the only person represented in the world in all cases, right? And those people, because they're, you know, they are outcasts, as they should be outcasts, are always looking for a home or a person to call an ally, and this ain't the person, I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you don't do the nuance right, you'll piss off everyone. Well, I mean, like, you're gonna piss off people no matter what. Like, I'll be honest with you, I think when I first got started and I first started making videos, like, usually how it starts is, like, the first couple of videos, people are usually super positive, and then until you make a video that people disagree with whatever your opinion is on something, then all of a sudden you kind of, it makes you want to step back, and it makes you want to, like, talk about things in the way that people expect you to or want you to. Or, like, you'll see how large a group of people is that wants you to be there to, like, reaffirm whatever bias they have. And I'll be honest, I think it's actually probably the most difficult part about, like, making videos and stuff, at least early on, is, like, being okay with just saying whatever your opinion is. Like, just being okay with, like, the fact that other people are going to disagree with you. You can be the person, you can try to be the person that is the most agreeable and nobody can disagree with and everybody likes, but that's incredibly difficult to do, and you're still going to end up having people disagree with you anyway, so, you know, what the fuck is the point? And then plus on top of that, my thing is that, like, if you try to be that person that everybody can agree with, what ends up happening is that, like, that's not true to who you are, and as a result, that mask will slip at one point. And then it's going to be even worse than the backlash that you would receive if you just said whatever your opinion is. Like, my guiding principle when it comes to, like, making videos or streaming or anything like that, it really is just, like, be myself, talk about the things that I'm interested in, give my opinion as, you know, like, plain, bold-faced as I possibly can, and be okay with the fact that people aren't going to like me, and don't worry about it. and more or less just be okay that I'm going to find people that are going to understand where I'm coming from on the topics that I discuss. And then they, you know, they connect with that content, and then they, you know, stick around and watch the stuff. I disagree with every second sentence spoken, but I enjoy the charisma and thoughts, so it is what it is. And that's the thing, like, that's kind of the hope, right? Like, you're never going to be able to find anybody that you're always going to wholeheartedly disagree with on, or wholeheartedly agree with on every single thing. It's impossible to do. And if you're trying to find that person, I mean, good fucking luck. Good luck. Good luck. And then on top of that, you're just creating an echo chamber to begin with, right? I'm curious about this ReFantazio. I haven't played a good JRPG in a long time, and apparently this one is supposed to be good. It's very good. It's incredible. There's so many great things to talk about with it that a discussion on it would take way too long. A discussion on it would take way too long. Like, just like immediate standout things that I like is that, like, I've avoided playing turn-based RPGs, Japanese, I should say, Japanese turn-based RPGs for a long time, because they have a very specific style of like approaching like the RPG elements so far as like character customization and stuff. I think somebody actually just brought it, like somebody said it, like, is it as, yeah, there you go. Coca-Cola said, is it as long as grinding as Persona 5? Which, by the way, thank you for the membership, man. I appreciate that. No. And that's like the whole point. Is that like it's a JRPG that turns away from that like weird thing where you have to like stay around in an area and just grind out XP, otherwise you're gonna get dumpstered. Don't get me wrong, like, you need to be making sure that you're fighting stuff and leveling up, but what they do to be able to combat the grind is that after you've killed enemies enough times or you've leveled up enough, the game will just allow you to be able to melee an enemy and instantly kill it, and you won't even have to go into combat. It's essentially like just free farming XP if you want to do it. And you get items and materials and a ton of other stuff. So it makes it where it's just like, yeah, sometimes I might just run around on a dungeon floor and just bonk a bunch of monsters over and over again, level up a bunch of people, and then, yeah, it streamlines the whole experience. It's so nice because it's like, you know, maybe I do feel like trying to like farm out some levels and stuff. Like maybe there's some archetypes that I want to get leveled up because I want to get access to a different archetype or something like that. Maybe there's spells that I want to get access to, or maybe I'm low on money or whatever. Like, you can still go do that grindy stuff, but you can actually level past the grind and then just bang out a bunch of XP and materials and money real quick, and you're chilling. It's great. I love it, man. I love it. Like, it's super low key just to be able to like chill, like maybe like watch something on YouTube while I'm just like running around farming enemies. I was so confused not seeing the live chat on YouTube, and curiously led me to Twitch, and here I am. Didn't know you had Twitch on this before. Yeah, I mean, I always make sure to promote both. So like at the end of my videos, I always tell people like, hey, follow me on Twitch, just because it's always good to try to diversify yourself in general. Because like, think if something ever happened to the YouTube channel, like I would be done, right? Like there's nowhere for me to go. I'm not on TikTok. I'm not anywhere. You know what I mean? So like, that's why I try to make sure to diversify a little bit by having some of the content on Twitch. At least the live streams if I can. Have you ever thought about TikTok? Never in my entire fucking life. Actually, I take that back. I did initially when I like first had, like, when I first started the YouTube channel, I had a podcast with like me and my buddy. And I posted like some of the clips from the podcast on there every once in a while, but outside of that, then I ended up getting rid of most of that stuff, and I have not gone back to like continue to upload to it. Like, don't get me wrong, I think that like there's going to be a point probably in the very, very, very near future where I'm going to end up like diversifying a little bit further. Maybe like a second YouTube channel that's posting clips, or you know, going back to like getting some like short content going out there, and maybe even posting that stuff to TikTok as well. Just something to like get extra content out of the channel, and, you know, I mean, to be real, try to make more money. Like, to be honest, your content isn't meant for like 1 to 2 minute videos anyway. No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not. Well, I appreciate you listening to. I figure out what my first PC build. Very confusing. Use PC Part Picker. There's a website that'll allow you to be able to make sure that your parts are compatible with the ones that you're picking. If I had to give anybody first time PC building experience, number one, do not skimp out on power specifically, and do not go low end on your motherboard. Those are two very key core components that you do not want. Like, you want to make sure that like you have the most flexibility out of, because if you have like the problem I'm running into with my computer is I have a B450, but I'm running a 5800X and a Ryzen 3080, right? So like my motherboard is like way older, and I can't even use like newer CPUs. It only has like one M2 slot. Like it's not good. And the thing is like, for me to upgrade it, like I might as well just upgrade a ton of stuff in the whole computer at that point, because you know, like all of a sudden my RAM becomes obsolete because there's DDR5. It's like, you always want to go with like whatever the most recent motherboard is, and then also make sure that you're doing your best to like ensure that you're going to have enough power as well. It all depends on budget. I always tell people like I mean, do what you're gonna do. Somebody in chat like immediately said, like, you know, if you're trying to spend like $1,000 or less, like just get a fucking Steam Deck. That's what I would do. That's like, seriously, I would just get a Steam Deck if you're like $1,000 or less. But if your budget is higher and you're at like the $2,000 range, you can build a pretty fucking monstrous PC for around $2,000. Basically need a new rig. I'm in the same boat. Yeah. Also, on top of that, with a lot of the shit that's been going on with Intel, I would stay away from them and stick to AMD for your CPU. Mini PCs are getting up there too. A lot of that stuff is. What's going on with Intel? They've had problems with their latest chipsets. Their stock has been crashing. Overall trust in the brand has been having a falling out. So it's just one of those times where it's probably just best to avoid them for a little bit. Plus, on top of that, I mean, from my own experience and from the experience of many of my friends, AMD just ends up being better for gaming. It has, and it's not performance wise. Like I think the Intels end up performing better, like getting more frame rate and whatnot like that. But for some odd but it's the like you just run into less issues for some reason. X3D is running laptops I said it was laptops. Is running laps around Intel and power of terms and cost performance. Yeah, that's the other thing too. They end up being cheaper. So y'all are just power hungry? It's not power hungry. I mean, I have a 1440p monitor. Do I not want it to run at 1440p? That's really what it is. Like, what's the point? Like, my whole thing is like, if I'm spending like $2,000 on a computer, do you think I don't want to play those games at like the highest possible frame rate and highest possible everything? Who made a $500 gaming PC on the old days? I mean, plenty of people probably did. I was never a PC gamer. The Xbox One was actually what pushed me into the arms of PC. There was just a lack of first-party games from Xbox, so I felt like there was really nothing to play. The console and its ecosystem in general was just like boring to me. Xbox's Xbox's messaging was like moving away from, you know, what it normally was, which is like, you know, it didn't really feel like it was about the players anymore. So I just kind of, I don't know, I just lost, I fell out of love with it. I was working in construction and I was traveling and I had more money than I knew what to do with. And I was like, you know what? Building a PC sounds like a lot of fun. So then I ended up building a PC. And the PC came with a free copy of The Division 2. That's all she wrote. I was locked the fuck in. I was locked in. Oh, man. Does he have a different chat than this one? Sorry, newish to Twitch. My only experience is the D4 campfire chats. I have two. I dual streams YouTube and Twitch. Goes back and forth. This is an Xbox, Lemino. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, you're talking about this thing. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Bro, people are malding over this. People are malding. Holy shit. They're losing their collective fucking Xbox, you know, Xbot brains. It's crazy. Like, I mean, I get it. And like, I was petty yesterday and brought up like that dude that was commenting. He's like, consoles aren't going away for another 30 to 50 years. And I'm like, and then and then literally the next day they post this. I should be really petty, actually. Hold on. Hold on. What the fuck is it? Why am I like this? Hold on. Was that a feet pic? No. It's like my snips folder for like if I take like screenshots and stuff like that. It's my like folder that I use for all of my like stuff, like if it's gonna be like stuff that goes into a video and potential things that I use for what is it? Thumbnails and stuff like that. Try it again. Oh my god, I can't delete Tosh. I can't delete Tosh from my computer. The fucking psyop. The psyop is ingrained into my computer. Oh no. Oh no. There's an entire movement of consoles moving to PC and buying controllers. I love the Xbox controller. I actually like both I like the PlayStation controller as well. I like them both. The Xbox controller, like fucking true and real and based of them to just stick with like the original Xbox 360 design and just make like small minor improvements to it. But like this controller is like the most comfortable thing to like hold in your hand. I still believe consoles will be replaced by the ROG Ally and Steam Deck docks and the TV, but that's just me. Oh, I wholeheartedly see that. Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I could see that. I could see it going that way. And then I also could still see it. I'll be honest with you. Like the thing is that out of like all of these options of like, you know, this is an Xbox, this is an Xbox, this TV option right here of streaming games straight to the TV using xCloud, this one right here is likely going to be the most successful in the long run. This will take off for sure, because a lot, like the vast majority of people that have Netflix right now just have it installed on their TV, and then they just go ahead and they just stream stuff off the TV. So I think that this is probably going to be the case right here. I think this is where people are going to go. I think it's going to mostly just be something that's going to straight go to the TV, which sucks, because the thing is that like with like the proliferation of these like streaming platforms, xCloud, things like that, it's putting the market in general and like the choices for consumers in some really dangerous corners, because there's a few different things that happen. One, it's just like further getting away from the idea of owning anything anymore. Two, it's going to limit access to more people around the world, because like, say as an example, say Xbox is like, you know, we're fucking done. We're done with hardware. Okay, let's say that day comes and they're like, we're done with hardware. Xbox is now going to be just Game Pass. You can get Game Pass on your TV. You can get it on this. You can get it on that. You can get it everywhere, whatever. Well, the thing is that, you know, that's going to lock out a lot of countries that do not have reliable internet access. Or maybe they might be under some type of embargo and they're not allowed to even be able to play, you know, download games online either, right? And that's gonna be a problem. And then the issue is that, well, like Sony and Nintendo will likely have to respond if that's the way, because you're going to become so convenient. Or maybe Xbox is dumb enough and they pull the plug on it too quick and it ends up not working, right? And it ends up putting them on the back foot instead. And the market instead responds in the opposite direction and says, we do want hardware, and they ignore the streaming services. But let's say it actually works out in their favor, and you know, xCloud becomes the preferred platform, you know, commercially. Well, then that means that Sony needs to respond to it outside of hardware, which means that they need to make it where Sony PlayStation Plus, that's what it is. It means that PlayStation Plus would have to be available like Xbox or like Game Pass is. However, they don't have xCloud, so they would either have to partner with Xbox to use xCloud, or they would still probably end up having to, or they would have to go two directions. They would either partner with Microsoft to use God, what's the name of their streaming platform? I want to say Oris, but that's not what it's called. I can't remember the name of the top, or can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Their web hosting service. Does anybody remember what it is? I thought it starts with an A. Maybe it's a color. Azure. Yeah, I was right. It was a color. Yeah, Azure. Yeah. So either they partner with Microsoft so that they can use Azure, which the funny thing is, I don't think a lot of people know this, but PlayStation already partners with Xbox to use Azure on certain web hosting. Or they go in the opposite direction and instead they go to Amazon Web Services and they use their services instead, right? Which only makes two of the largest companies in the entire world even bigger. So, yeah, it's not. It's one of the reasons why, like, I hate this whole like subscription-based model thing, man. I feel like it's the most. These are like the most anti-consumer things ever. What am I gonna play later? I don't know yet. I might end up playing. I might end up playing some Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl. Maybe I'll do that. I'm not really too sure yet. Either that or I might end up logging into Warframe. I haven't really fully decided. But yeah, like you'll never hear me be positive about these subscription services. The minute that these things started becoming the minute that I started seeing these companies want to push on it, the minute that I started looking at, you know, Netflix, Hulu, and like how all that shit is gone, and went, oh fuck, this is gonna be so bad. This is gonna be so bad. Apologies if it was already mentioned, but did you see Asmin in the latest YouTube realizing there's a yeah, we're gonna watch that today. I forgot about that actually. I haven't watched it yet. We'll watch that later. I never played Stalker, but it looks so good. I mean, it's like $20 if you want to play the old ones, or you can technically just go pirate them for free. It's a really interesting and cool story that the like the developers basically, you know, once their company had shut down, they just go ahead and threw they just went ahead and threw all of their stuff on torrent sites. They said, yeah, go ahead, you know, mod our game up all you want and go ahead and play it all you want. Have you ever played Gamma Stalker mode? No, I've not played Gamma, and I've not played there's another one that everybody's told me that I should play as well. I haven't touched them. Like I'm one of those people where it's like, you know, if I want to try and play it in the most pure way possible. Anomaly, that's the other one. Yeah, I want to play it in its original state, and then go from there. Because the thing is that, like, from what I understand, both Gamma and Anomaly would wildly set your expectations out of what likely Stalker 2 is actually going to be. But I've seen a lot of people say that, where they're like, basically, you know, these, like, if you played Gamma or Anomaly, you know, this game is not going, like, Stalker 2 is not going to be Gamma or Anomaly. These are, like, wild fucking you know, modders that have like reached to the ends of the earth to create one of the craziest modding experiences of all time. Believe me, I've seen the videos, and I thought it was actually Stalker 2 with the people we're playing, because like all of the fidelity updates and reskinning they've done, all of the quality of life and stuff like that they've added. I was like, yeah, nah, man. Let me go play it old school first. Let me set my expectations the right way. The minute a game is not for sale, but only through rental or through a rental sub, is the moment that I start sailing the seas. You know what the thing is, though, is that, like, I guess what I'm worried about that is that, like, how are you going to be able to pirate a game if the only way you can play it is through, like, streaming services only? Because you're not actually going to have access to the file. So the reason why, and this is probably the most important thing to think about when it comes to this kind of stuff. So what is the biggest anti-piracy measure possible? Them being able to hold the actual game file and you never being able to touch it. And you know they want that. You know they want that. Decompilation is a thing? Well, that's only if you've actually downloaded the game to your computer, if I'm not mistaken. Like, the ultimate goal for a lot of this stuff, from my perspective, is likely them trying to get to the point where it almost always is going to be streamed from, like, xCloud. That's the future that they want to be at. You can decompile Game Boy games through audio? That's crazy. It'll still make it more difficult, though, regardless. Did you see the PlayStation drama with Hakum? I don't even know who that is or what that is. Oh, you've been like spamming that. Oh, are you talking about the guy that has like the Guinness like world record for like holding the most like trophies or something like that on PlayStation? I saw it. I'm not really gonna get into it because I don't really like. It's not really like my it's not really my field. You know what I mean? That's not really like the things that I usually where should I post a meme of you? The Discord, I guess. but that's not really my field anyway. Like, so far as like the PlayStation trophy thing, like I saw what it's about. It's basically like, you know, they compromised his account or something like that, and then they banned him. I like it, it's a weird situation, but I'll never Netflix my games. They'll be 100% AA indie after doing that. Yeah. I'm the same way. Subscription based is the future, according to corporations. They want eternal money. Yes. Yeah. And here's the other thing. And leaked his data. Yeah. Well, they've leaked my fucking personal data and my credit card information. Their Sony's security is fucking garbage. So trash. No, but Jero, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. Like, the thing is, like, they're even trying to put subscription services in cars nowadays. In cars. Like, you want your heated seats? That's gonna be like $5 a month. What? The functionality's there. I purchased this vehicle. Yeah, but sorry, that's just not how it works anymore. Like, we're gonna have to start like hacking our own vehicles and things that we buy. It's so crazy. Yeah, it's a BMW thing. Yeah, brighter headlights for a subscription fee. Yeah, like imagine be like, oh, you need to turn your brights on? Yeah, well, every time you turn your brights on, that's gonna cost you. So crazy. Let's see here. All right. So, Steam accused normalizing hate and extremism in the gaming community. New ADL report. I saw, like, I popped into Asmon's stream and I saw him talking about this a little earlier. Steam accused of normalizing hate and extremism in the gaming community through new ADL report. The anti-defamation lawsuit found millions of examples of my cat standing right in front of the fucking monitor of extremist and hateful content on the platform. It says Anti-Defamation League, and a U.S. organization that aims to combat anti-Semitism and support Israel. That kind of seems like a little backhanded writing, but okay. Has published a report alleging that Steam is rife with extremism and anti-Semitism, and accusing Valve of allowing the spread of hateful and extremist material through highly permissive approach to content policy. Highly permissive approach to content policy. I wonder if this is I wonder if it's because like they allow people to make whatever their own profile pictures are and stuff like that. So like I think that that's really fucking problematic from my perspective, is that like there's more games and platforms that are trying to move away from you being able to like express your own identity online in what way you feel, in what way you see fit. Well, obviously there needs to be lines that are drawn. You don't want to have hateful content and stuff like that. Like I also don't like this push to just disallow it entirely, right? Like it needs to be moderated. Like plain and simple, it needs to be moderated. No, you should not be able to make your like profile picture anything you want, right? There's plenty of images that are out there that you definitely do not want people making their profile picture. But with that said, will you moderate that? You don't just like take away the ability entirely. That's the problem that I end up having. And that's like almost always like the solution that the vast majority of these people end up going to, is just to remove people's ability to express themselves. And I can't stand that shit. It's like that video that I made earlier this week, right? Where it's like, you know, people always want to like cry fascism when it's, you know, their opinions that are not being the ones that are being promoted, right? So they look at YouTube and see that everybody's talking about things against what their beliefs are. So then they think that the platform should be you know, censored in some way. You need to get rid of these people. You need to censor these people. You need to cut them off. And it's like, that's just not the way, man. That's not the route to go. I'm sorry. Let's see here. The ADL said its report was based on unprecedented platform-wide analysis of public data on Steam, including 458 million user profiles, 152 million profile and user avatar images, and 610 million user comments. Unprecedented platform-wide analysis on platform, including 450. This is they analyzed. Okay, so this is this is very problematic use of language here. So this is one of those things that writers will commonly do to mislead a reader if you do not have good language comprehension. So it says, this report described unprecedented platform-wide analysis on Steam, including 458 million user profiles, 152 million profile and user group images, and 610 million user comments. That makes it sound like this is how many things they found. This is not what they found. This is how many they looked through. This is how much data they analyzed, not how many things that they found that actually contains any of these things that they're about to now. They're now going to. Oh, okay, so they do go into it further. All right. The ADL on Extremist found millions of examples of extremist and hateful content. Of course, you will. You're looking at. How many, like, you're probably looking at like 1 billion profiles. Like there's probably over 1 billion users on Steam. Steam is the biggest gaming platform in the entire world. It has the most users out of any platform. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, combine all of them, you still don't have enough. So yeah, I would imagine that you're probably going to find millions of examples of this kind of stuff because you're looking at over 1 billion people. Like, if I went out in the real world and gathered, you know, 1 billion people, yeah, I would probably find 1 million racists. What, is this a surprise? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, large sample size means large results. Yes. Yeah. Holy shit, you solved the mystery. Including explicit hate symbols, okay, happy merchant, copy pastas, block text of copy and pasted images and long form writing, shape of swastikas and being shared on the platform. There are clear gaps in Steam's moderation of this content that inflict harm, exposing untold users to hate and harassment. You know what? You know what's really funny about this? I'm gonna tell you real quick. You know what's really funny about this? There are clear gaps in Steam's moderation of this content that inflict harm, exposing untold users to hate and harassment. Exposing untold. What this should say is that there is a clear gap in Steam's moderation of its content that could inflict harm by potentially exposing untold users to hate and harassment. So the reason why I say this specifically is because of the fact that, like, they're making it sound as though, like, there are millions of people that are complaining about these issues, or millions of people that are being millions of people that are actively seeing this kind of thing and recognizing it, and then, like, recognizing that the platform isn't doing anything about it. But that's not the case. It's just content that's out there and it could be seen by other people that could potentially be, you know, offended by it in some way. Just like if I searched on the internet, I could very well come into contact with a million different things that could offend me or could be hateful towards me. I can go on Twitter and I can see plenty of things that could be potentially hateful or harassing towards me. Like, it's one of those things, like, if you seek, you shall find. Yes, that's kind of the whole idea. But like, the problem is that this paints a picture in which, like, Steam is actively creating an environment in which there are so many people that are running into these kind of things. Is that just not the case? Especially when you're dealing with such a large subscriber base to begin with. And the funny thing is that, you know, because of the size of Steam as a company, for them to be able to moderate something like this properly with that many users, it would almost be next to impossible. And the moderation team would likely subsume the rest of the entire, like, fucking workforce at Steam. Enable. Is that loud for you guys? Just loud for me? It, like, jumped up on me. I'm turning that down just in case. Enabling the potential. There it is. See, they always put it later. Enabling the potential radicalization and normalization of hate and extremism within the gaming community. Bro, why are you like that? Steam accused of normalizing hate and extremism. Their actual statement, enabling potential radicalization and normalization. Bro, PC gamer, do better. Do better. The ADL wrote, understanding the extent of extremism and hate content on the platform is a key to fighting the proliferation of hate online. Pepe the Frog and swastikas are the most common extremist symbol. How is Pepe the Frog? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I know that, like, I know like Pepe's been used in, like, rhetoric before, but, like, dude, it's just a fucking frog, bro. It's like the most popular. It's like the most popular emote on Twitch. One of the most popular emotes on Twitch. Yeah, Pepe's all over Twitch, dude. I know so many people that use Pepe. I know. Like, it's so stupid. ADL also found tens of thousands of pieces of terrorist-related content on Steam, on the Steam community, including 15,000 public accounts with profile pictures of flags and logos of ISIS, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others. $15,000. Rampant. This is a rampant issue. Rampant issue. Good Lord. Oh god, it's everywhere. I can't help but see it. I can't help but see it. Bro, you know what the funny thing is? ADL, go look at every other fucking website in existence. Go look at any other, you know, social media platform and tell me how many public profiles that you can find with this kind of shit. What are you talking about? Like, this is a rampant issue. Hundreds of users' accounts were using white supremacists. Oh my god. Hundreds, really? Hundreds out of... All right, let's get the actual numbers here. Yeah, okay, yeah, I was right on the money. I was right on the money. As of 2019, this is 2019. So and there's even more. So we don't even know, like, this is just what the census was 5 years ago. So it's probably over whatever it was even then. Obviously it is. Over 1 billion Steam accounts in 2019. And then as of June 2024, they had their highest peak they hit was 132 million monthly active users with 69 million daily active users. So, like, yeah, I would imagine that you're probably going to find a few of those accounts in over 1 billion Steam accounts. Probably closer to 2 billion now. Very well could be, yeah. Do people really feel threatened by this? Like, here's the thing, like, you're never, like, what's crazy is, like, it's not even worth me, like, continuing to finish reading this because, like, it's such a, you know, like the report says Steam's public-facing policy includes no mention of hate or extreme. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're so stupid. You're so fucking stupid. Like, I'm not saying that, like, hate and racism and anti-Semitism and things like that don't exist online. Of course they fucking do. But, I mean, like, you can definitely do things to be able to curb it. But when you're looking at a platform that has that few of examples that you can pull out with over 1 billion users, and you're trying to make it seem like they have a massive issue over there that needs to be handled, you're fishing in the wrong sea, man. You're fishing in the wrong sea. Like, that's crazy. I don't even know what to say. From my perspective, like, you're going to find hateful people in the world. Like, you always will. And you know what the funny thing is that I think more times than not, you know, sunlight ends up doing more to damage those kind of beliefs than locking them in the closet. Like, a lot of these kind of ideals that like ADL is like trying to fight against, like, a lot of that stuff doesn't survive out in the sunlight. And like the you know, the stance that you hold to make sure that kind of conversation and those kind of beliefs can be public, you know, brings them under scrutiny. But the more that you try to censor and the more that you try to create an issue where no issue is the more likely you are to radicalize more people. That's just what my stance on this kind of thing is overall. I miss the early days of COD. Yeah, I think even I had a dick profile. That's all it really was. I mean, like, did you see some people with some, like, genuinely, like, racist shit and stuff like that? For sure you did, but like 9 times out of 10, most people just had, like, you know, big old wieners that were bussing because it was funny as shit, because you just imagine your profile picture, you know, popping up for some dude that you just murdered. You just, like, ran on some motherfucker and all of a sudden he's just like big old wank. And then you'd hear them bitch about it in the lobby, in the post lobby. That's what I miss. I miss post lobbies. Did you ever beat Ghost of Tsushima? No. Well, because the problem is, like I will, but like, this is my normal problem that I have with video games, is that there's so many fucking games that come out in succession and so many other things that are going on that, like, I have to prepare for, like, those other games and that other content and stuff. So it's kind of, like, messed up my, like, video game playing pattern. Though, to be honest with you, even before I started making videos, I am the worst at beating games. I think, like, part of it is this, like, innate fear that the ending of the game is going to ruin the experience for me. Because, like, that's definitely happened in some games before. But I am one of those people that's, like, very ADD with playing games. So it's not rare for me to just, like, stop playing a game, like, midway or almost to the very end and not finish it. Final Fantasy 14, or not Final Fantasy 14. Well, technically Final Fantasy 14. Like, I renewed my sub for it. I played like 2 hours into the story for the new expansion, and then I just stopped playing. Just because there was, like, other things that I wanted to play in other games that were coming out. I think Elden Ring was, like, the week right after that, and I was like, this isn't gonna fucking work. And then what else? I beat Space Marine, but that's, like, digestible. I mean, like, in a lot of cases when it comes to these games that take, like, fucking 40, 50 hours to beat, man, I hate to be it. be like this, but like with like the kind of content and shit that I've been making over the last couple of like weeks and months, like beating a 50-60 hour game is tough, man. Like it has to be a game that like really fucking locks me in. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like with some of those games, I have to play them off stream, because if I play it off stream, I'm more likely to keep playing it and then beat the game. And I was saving Ghost of Tsushima for stream and I wasn't playing it off stream. And if I would have played it off stream, I probably would have beaten it by now. Where like Metaphor Refantasio, like I'm pretty close to the end of it. Too many games to keep up with. Well, I mean, like the thing is that like I'm working on a Metaphor video right now. Recently, you know, just before this, I put 10 hours into Dragon Age the Veilguard. Wish I could get that fucking time back. I played a little bit of Call of Duty. I still haven't been able to play more Call of Duty. I would like to do that. I've been playing Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, because I want to get ready for the launch of Stalker 2. I still have things that I want to do in Warframe. Actually, one of the viewers ended up giving me a couple of really, really nice fucking mods for my Burstin and my Torrid. So that's really cool. I was playing Satisfactory. I still haven't finished that. I still want to play more Armored Core 6. Like, that's just been on the back burner for a while for me. Then Stalker 2 is going to come out next week. And then the month after that, we have Path of Exile. Path of Exile 2 is going to go, I think, isn't there early access in December? Yeah, December, like, fuck, man. How many, what, like, and, like, the thing is, like, keep in mind that, like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, like, at least 12 hours a day, I'm working on videos. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm working on videos. Friday, I'm streaming. Thursday, I'm streaming. Friday, I'm streaming. Saturday, you know, hang out with people, you know, disconnect from the internet for a bit, do that whole thing. And then Sunday is my actual, like, gaming day to myself. So, like, I don't really have... I don't really have a lot. Right? Like, I got people telling me, like, hey, no, now you need to go play Soulframe. You should also check out the new Enshrouded update. I love Enshrouded, by the way. I would love to go back and play that update, but I have to do better at, like, finding time. That's why when I see people like Mortismal Gaming that can somehow, like, 100% games, like, a week before they come out, I'm like, I just don't even know how you fucking accomplish that. That's fucking crazy. That's just crazy. Controversial games and... You know what the funny thing is that, like, I didn't even want to, like, read the article. All I want to do is just point out, like, how fucking shit they are. Like, controversial game maker and entertainment company Embracer has provided an update on its recently released games. Controversial. Like, I mean, like, they are. I'm not going to say that they're not, but it's just, like, it's just a really weird way, like, to try to pretend like there's more news somewhere than there actually is. Right? Like, literally, it's literally just gonna be them saying, like, hey, Satisfactory was a success. Lord of the Rings Return to Moria wasn't. But, like, they try to do this to make it seem like it's bigger news than it actually is. They did the same thing with that, like, announcement that J.K. Rowling was gonna be a part of the Harry Potter television show. Subnautica, that's another one that I need to just finish and play off stream. Like, the list of games that I have is, like, fucking wild, dude. What's your backlog like? Yeah, we're not even talking about my actual backlog, right? Like, my actual backlog is, like, Guild Wars, No Man's Sky, Outer Wilds, Project Zomboid. I at one point in time, because a lot of people want me to try one, either playing Genshin Impact or Wuthering Waves, Deep Rock Galactic, Lies of P, you know, I was at one point in time thinking maybe because I don't know anything about, like, even though I probably wouldn't even play it, like League of Legends or Valorant, just because those are really popular games that I've never touched or even thought about playing. Hunt Showdown, Kingdom Come Deliverance is another one. Forever Winter, Control, Death Stranding. I purchased it. I have Death Stranding. Red Dead Redemption 2, Prey, Rogue Trader, Stalker 2, like... I'm just gonna stop playing games altogether. That would just simplify the whole thing. If I instead just started pretending like I've played these games when I talk about them, that's probably the better way to go. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just go to chatting only. Yeah, I just pretend to play these games. And secretly, like, the only thing I actually play is Balatro. Which, I mean, like, looking at my playtime on Balatro, that would actually make a lot of sense. That would actually add up. That'd add up. And Slay the Spire. I put 32 hours into Slay the Spire not too long ago. I like card roguelikes. I don't know why. I don't know why. I just do. I dare not to start Balatro. Don't download it on your fucking phone. Just go full right-wing grifter like Asmon. I don't think he's a right-wing grifter. I think he has a right-wing audience, and I think that he attracts it because he says a lot of things that are... I think that, like, what will end up happening is that if you end up criticizing one side too much, I think it looks like you align yourself with the other side, but I don't think that's necessarily the case for most people. I mean, keep in mind, a lot of people call me a right-wing grifter too, right? So... even though I don't even talk about politics. Become a reviewer that never plays games you're reviewing. I'm not even kidding you. I had a video idea once that I wanted to do where it was like where I would actually make like a video like reviewing a game that I never actually played. Like, I think that would be funny as fuck. I do. I think it would be funny as fuck. Like, just completely misrepresenting a game entirely, and like literally everything I say be wrong about the game. Like, I think I have to do it at like some point. I think it'd be really fucking fun. Yeah, LD didn't even simp for the last Descendant, or first Descendant. Confirmed grifter. How dare he not simp for a Gooner game. Yeah, I know, right? Veilguard? Well, I already played Veilguard, so that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Where's the list? The awarding process. About? Is it under about? Advisory? The advisory board helps and guide and advance the mission of the game awards. The board is not involved with the selection of the awards or nominees, and learns of the results of voting at the same time as the general public. fucking cap. You fucking liar. You fucking liar. Yeah. Activision, EA, Xbox. Bro. Keely, try to fucking lie. Try to lie, Jeff. Try to lie and say that you're not telling your boy Hideo Kojima what's going down at the Game Awards. Right, buddy. Right. If Kojima was like, you know, Death Stranding 2 comes out and he goes, am I gonna win? And he says yes. Like, come on. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Trophy model. Oh, okay. Icons and logos. Oh, if you want to like promote it and like use them on the who's there? I can't find like where they got this like panel list. Maybe they tweeted it out. All right, awarding process. Nominees for most categories of the Game Awards are chosen by an international jury of over 100 media influencers and outlets. Okay. So did they take it down? Maybe they took it down. Probably because they didn't want the outlets to get the hate or something like that. This doesn't even lead you to, like, it says, so like, this is like jury of over 100 media influence or media and influencer outlets. And you click it and it goes nowhere. It's all a fucking psyop. It's a archive page. I don't know how to do that. I'm not gonna fuck with that. It doesn't even go to the right landing page. Selected of for their history of critical video game evaluation. LA Times, Variety, Pride, NPR. Yeah, they're really known for their critical video game evaluation, aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, they're really well known for that, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, especially all those great reviews that I've read from Variety and NPR. This is so fucking rigged. It's so rigged. Specialized juries also convene over other categories like esports, accessibility, and best adaptation. Each voting outlet completes a confidential, unranked ballot based on the collective and diverse opinion of its entire editorial staff. Listing out the top 5 choices in each category. Ballots are tabulated, and the 5 games that appear on the most ballots are put forth as nominees. The 5 games will be nominated this year. In the event of a tie, 6 or more nominees will be announced in the category. All right. Game Award producer Jeff Keighley is not a member of the jury and does not vote for the nominees. Similarly, the Game Awards Advisory Board has no involvement in the award process and does not learn of the results. So here's the thing. So, like, I know a lot of people are going to be like, who gives a shit, right? They're going to be like, well, who cares about these video game awards? Like, for real. Like, guys, it's all rigged. Who cares? Well, so the problem is, and the reason why they have to be so forthcoming, saying that, like, we're not involved with this, it's not rigged. It's not for the players. You guys have already bought these games to begin with. The reason why the Game Awards specifically is such a big deal is because, so games that are out there that win Game of the Year get a Game of the Year sticker. They get a bunch of extra media and press like exposure because they are Game of the Year. And the reason why that's such a big deal is because, well, this whole thing goes down before Christmas. So the most talked about game that also gets a sticker saying that it is the most popular and one of the best games that are out there for you to buy right now, it's propped up on a stage right before Christmas, and that allows them to be able to boost their sales, not only for the holiday but for also the year then after. Somebody has the archived version. They did. They took it down. They fucking hid it. They saw the negative press and were like, no, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. So they disabled the fucking link because they saw the negative backlash and tried to fucking hide it because they didn't think that people could use. They're so obvious it hurts. And they've changed it too, right? So they've added more. That's probably the other reason why as well, is they're trying to add more to it, right? So like Entertainment Weekly, Digital Trends, Gamer Tag Radio, Giant Bomb. It's obvious that somebody cherry picked. for sure. Or they added these after the fact, right? But it looks like somebody cherry picked this group right here. Wired? Game Informer's closed. Game Informer's not even real anymore. Gamer, oh, I fucking love Gamer Ranks. I love those guys. Anyone who rated Star Wars Outlaws a 7 out of 10 is disqualified for judging anything. Where's it at? I thought I saved it. Did I not save it? What about this one? What about Perfection, an instant classic Screen Rant? Who fucking... Nobody cares about Screen Rant. It's archived April 25th, half a year ago. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Oh, okay. Can I change the archive? Why? What? Fuck. Guys, the Game Awards are great, actually. I think this is going to be very fair voting across the board, actually. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. No, it's completely fair. It's completely fair. Everybody's making a huge deal out of this for no reason. And we need to make sure that we just applaud the victor that is Dragon Age the We don't know who it is. Yeah. We don't know who it is. So, anyway, I guess we should move on. I guess we should move on. I'll be real with you. Like, obviously, like this part right here is like cherry picked. This is this. Somebody else said this is like if Veilguard if wins for I'm gonna burn down. Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, the thing is that I think what's really bothersome is the fact that, like, this is something that's like across the board. I brought this up in one of my like the last video, right? Where, like, you know, one of my issues that I have with a lot of games journalism today, it's not all of them, but it is a lot of them, and it's that, like, their perspective does not meet up with ours. And even more so when you see them include like LA Times and Pride and NPR and Variety and like these folks that like we don't even go to for gaming opinions to begin with. Like, you know, these people do not have the same interests as we do. And that's a problem. Like, even the writers for IGN, Definitely for Polygon. PC Gamer at times as well, even though I think they actually wrote some pretty good articles about Dragon Age the Veilguard. They were pretty critical of Dragon Age, even though for some odd reason their score doesn't match up with how critical they've been of it. But, you know, the thing is that, like, I think the vast majority of these outlets just do not share the same type of interest that we do anymore. They don't want to talk about the same kind of things. And in a lot of cases, like, I hate to use this kind of language because this is the language that's kind of getting popularized by it, but it's a lot of activism. And like, this, video games are not your fucking platform for activism. They are products being purchased by people. I'm just gonna say it. Like, that's what my standpoint is. And if you have a problem with people that want to voice their opinions on a product that they purchased, or even a product that they didn't even want to purchase, you're the problem. Imagine shaming consumers into buying something, or shaming them for not buying something, or shaming them for having an opinion on something that they don't want to buy, and then saying why they don't want to buy it. Because making that opinion known is useful. That it's a useful opinion that allows these developers to find out what a target audience is really looking for. Oh, this isn't working? Well, and maybe it isn't going to be BioWare that's going to go make that game for them. Maybe it's not EA who's going to go make that game for them. But if you see those people that are talking about their opinions on a game and saying that these things that are in these games don't interest them, especially when it just comes to, like, let's be real. What's you know, Dragon Age the Veilguard's biggest weakness? The story writing and character writing is fucking garbage. It's terrible. It completely removes you out of the game. I think that if the story and narrative and the character, like character portrayals were better done, like, put all of the, like, you know, put all of the other nonsense aside for a minute with, like, the gender ideologies and all that stuff. Put all that stuff to the side. If any of the stuff was done better in this game, it would be a much more enjoyable and a much more palatable experience. But the problem is that it's not. Like, the gameplay alone isn't enough to be able to hold up the rest of the game. And as such, that's why players are really critical of it. And that's why they've been more critical of it as time has gone on, and more people have had some time to sit and simmer with the game and think, yeah, you know, like, it's all right, or it's mid at best. You know what I mean? And plus the anti-woke arguments distract from the actual arguments against the game. It all gets swallowed up with the discourse. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, but here's the problem though. So, like, I wholeheartedly agree with that, by the way, and that should be pretty well stated in most of my videos to begin with. Is that, like, the anti-woke rhetoric is not the, like, that's not what this should be to begin with. The problem is that these motherfuckers are making it. They are creating that extremism. They're creating those kind of, like, I shouldn't say extremism, but they're creating an opposite reaction for their intended action, if that makes any sense. Because the thing is that when you make games that reinforce negative stereotypes, well, no shit, people are going to start stereotyping. You're working actively against what you're trying to fight for by making low quality products trying to represent the people that you think you're representing. That's what the problem is. They are creating division. Yes. Like, I mean, like, that's the whole fucking point, right? It's like, I have no problem if you want to have trans characters in a game. I don't care. I care if you have a black, white, purple, brown. It doesn't matter. I don't care, man. I genuinely don't. Just make sure that they're fucking well written, and make sure that you're not trying to beat me over the head with whatever your ideology or how you think I should feel about something, or how I should live my fucking life in a game that I bought for $60 to $70. Like, do something meaningful. That's the whole fucking point. You want to talk about how this is an art? Well, then be fucking meaningful with your art. And, like, this all comes into contrast so much more. I cannot wait to make this metaphor video, because that game does such a fucking poignant, eloquent job of talking about topics like discrimination. And these fools don't even have a fucking shred of character. That's their problem. They're terminally online. They have no fucking life. They have no fucking friends. And the only thing that they have that allows people to be allies with them, I'm going to be real with you, is the fact that they go out and they, you know, they pretend, like, I don't know if they pretend or they just ally themselves to, like, whatever they want to make it feel like they can be included in a group. I think in a lot of cases, people just attach themselves to these causes because they want to be a part of something, because they're a part of nothing. And in that, it's so vain. It's so vain. It's not even a cult. No, it's not a cult. The problem is that if you're thinking it's a cult, you're already locked into this like woke psyop ideology. And that's stupid. It's so stupid to me. Like, don't get me wrong. Do I think that there's probably some people that are out there that are trying to pull the strings and make people believe certain things? For fucking sure. But the vast majority of people that you're talking about, especially in the video game industry, aren't going to be doing anything like that. All it is it's just talentless people that have nothing else to be able to stand up against, and they have to make an enemy to fight. And they have to become the hero. And the only way for them to make themselves a hero is to, well, do whatever they can to make it look like they are one. It's so yeah, it is exploitative. It's exactly what it is. I wholeheartedly agree. Like, I said this before. Like, none of these companies give a fuck about any of this stuff. And then even on top of that, like, the people that are like standing up for it, and the people that are like doing this like ham-fisted representation in games that only serves to fight against their own cause rather than actually help it, they don't even care about it either. Like, maybe they've tricked themselves into thinking they care about these kind of things, but in more cases than not, like, you're not the warrior. Like, even if you're somebody that you think wants to fight for these kind of causes, maybe you should like take a step back and realize that you're not a fighter to begin with, and you lack the character and the skill required to be able to represent these causes in the first place without doing more harm than good. Dude, how am I describing a cult? Your videos are awesome. Thanks for the entertainment. No problem, man. Like, I don't see how anything I just said describes a cult. That doesn't make any sense at all. It's not cult-like behavior. Like, the problem is that like it has like I get that people can definitely get pulled into a cult because they feel like they are directionless, right? Like, that definitely makes you like vulnerable to being in one for sure. But in a lot of cases, like, that's not really like that's not like what these people are signing up for. They're not joining a cult by any means. It's just like, it's just vain people that are living in a world where their fucking life is quite literally, you know, their life is quantified, right? Their life and popularity and their and their everything is quantified. It's quantified. We live in a quantified life now. And they want to do anything to be able to stand for something that can give them a quantifiable number that shows that they are liked and appreciated. Like these numbers don't mean shit to me, but I think that they do mean a lot to a lot of people, and I think that it directs a lot of their actions. I really do. Do you know Asmongold's reacting to your video right now? Which one? But notice that they say a few YouTubers provide valuable feedback. But they use the word few because they want to magnify the issue to be as big as it possibly is, even though they are the ones that are cherry picking some of the most inflammatory discourse that's around Dragon Age the Veilguard. See how that works? They're making something seem like it's a bigger issue than it actually is.
Yeah, it's like what the ADL was saying, like about Steam being a problem. Steam has over 1 billion accounts.
A stream within a stream? That's right, baby.
1,500 or 2,000 accounts
in real time
has something that may be interpreted as anti-Semitic or racist or something like that. It's just such a ridiculous thing to say.
World without IGN, Kotaku, I like this guy right here, though. He's saying a lot of really good shit. I fucking love that shirt, by the way.
Yeah, I can.
Like my favorite
players
shirt.
that are actually going off of the opinions of other players, people that are actually playing the game that likely have the same kind of perspective or taste that they do. It's one of the reasons why YouTube and Twitch.
Wait, bro, are you serious? Dragon Age is banned here in Saudi, and the only game. No, is it actually banned in Saudi Arabia?
Of course it is.
No fucking shot.
Of course it is. I would guarantee the game is banned in Saudi Arabia. Why wouldn't it? Now that guy looks like a goober? What the fuck's wrong with you? Why would you say that? Next, he'll stream your reaction to his reaction? Maybe.
Oh my god.
But yeah, of course, like the thing is that like,
man,
you know what the funny thing is if they wanted to, they
That's
could remove
crazy.
They could remove the Tosh stuff and the like the
probably a lot of predominantly Arab countries, maybe. I don't know. It's probably
yeah, they could remove a bunch of the different
more than
options and
anything.
stuff like that and make the game sellable over there.
They ban
which
anything with a gay character.
I would imagine
Why
they
are you
probably
shocked?
would.
It's just crazy to see. It's crazy to see that it there it is. Man.
Yeah, of course.
I'm telling you, like, I've been talking with some of the guys. I'm actually kind of excited. I really want to go. I want to see what it's like over there. I do.
Yeah.
That is so like
I'll have to watch it later. I'll have to watch it later. You should get on your stream now. No. You should jump in a call. No, I don't like bothering people while they're streaming or anything like that. Somebody said something really good earlier. These are the type of combos that are hard to have in chat, like Joe Rogan said. Interviews and debates, hard to have a good understanding between people. Heck, I get more emotional than logical when it comes to my favorite hobby. Yeah, I think a lot of people do. Don't agree on everything with Asmon, but golly, does he make most subjects entertaining to listen to? Yeah, no, he does. He's like, I think like as a content creator, Asmongold is probably like one of the prime examples for people to try to learn like good habits from to be entertaining. Because I think that's like one of the things that I think a lot of people fail to realize when they want to start making like videos or they want to start streaming or whatever it is that like people lose sight of the fact that like you can't just be informational. And you'll see a lot of people try to start YouTube channels and stuff like that that are informational. And I think while some of those can be successful, in a lot of cases, what ends up happening is that they just don't have a long lifespan and they don't reach a wide enough audience. I think the best thing that you can do, because like it's what I try to do, right? Like I make infotainment. Let's be fucking real, right? Like I make infotainment. It's engaging content because I'm trying to make sure that I'm talking about things that I think, or things that interest me. But then I'm also going to like dial up my reaction to some of these things a little bit more and be a little bit more animated to make sure that I'm adding in a little bit of excitement or maybe some humor or whatever it might be to be able to make it more entertaining. Because like you want to know why I do it? I don't do it for you. I do it for me, because otherwise it would be boring as shit and I wouldn't be able to watch that kind of stuff. Like there's so many YouTube channels that I don't even watch anymore, specifically because of the fact it's just like people that read off information, and I can't stand that kind of shit. Infotainment, kind of like the news. Sure, I mean like I'm the news now. I'm the captain now. I've been watching Asmon for about 6 years, and one of the things that I learned is he's always right about his predictions. Even if his predictions are years ago. Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? The reason why, like, I'll be real, when it comes to like Asmongold's predictions on things, like not to take the wind out of his sails on it, but he picks things that he makes predictions on that are not like wildly out of range, because you have a lot of things historically to look forward to, right? Like, as an example, a lot of the predictions that I make for video games are always based on historical things that we've already seen to begin with. That's the reason why I said, consoles are going to be dead in the next 10 years or so, because most of them are going to go to like streaming platforms or streaming straight to your TV and stuff. And it's just because like that's just where all technology has been going over the last few years. Like everything is like hardware in houses, like in general, has started to shrink and shrink, and there's less things in your house and more things that do everything. Like that's just the way that technology's been rolling. People desire that. People want to have a one-use tool for everything. They want it. Whether it's going to be in 10 years or longer than that, it's going to come regardless. It's going to come regardless. Predicting off memory is how it goes anyway. Only economists try to guess and fail. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. God damn it, I hate universal remotes so much. If they only program themselves, right? They only program themselves. What else were we on here? Well, we're getting payback on him in a minute. He's reacting to me, so I'll react to him later. Where else was I at? I'm so interested in this game. It's so this is so unsettling. Like, it's so unsettling. Because it's so unique. Like, the stop motion animation in the background. Little kitty. Run, kitty. Run, kitty. What's this game called? Spirit of the Samurai. It's such a unique like art style, like so distinct because it's like it's all flat. So it's like that flat, like 2D, 3D kind of look. Very cool, man. Very cool. I'm looking forward to this one. Wonder if do they have anything else to show? I'll let you guys watch the trailer.
I'm a project manager, and today I'm happy to talk to you about the Spirit of the Samurai. The Spirit of the Samurai is a dark 2D action adventure game that combines Souls-like and Metroidvania elements.
Souls-like Metroidvania, in case you guys didn't catch
Following
that.
the journey of Takeshi, a samurai summoned to battle hordes of Oni and other creatures drawn from Japanese folklore. Throughout the story, players will also control Chisai, Takeshi's warrior cat companion, as well as a small Kodama spirit imbued with magical powers. While controlling Takeshi, you are a seasoned warrior, expert in sword, fighting, and archery. You attack and perform various
The animations are just so fucking... It's so cool. Why is it not colored? What do you mean?
With the right controller stick, and that comes in handy when you get attacked from multiple fronts and need to finish off enemies back and forth. You may parry with uses stamina.
It's so like, you know what kind of reminds me of? Like when I see this scene right here, like this it reminds me of there's an anime, but it's not an anime. They're puppets. Something like Princess Thunderbolt or something like that. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Thunderbolt Fantasy. Yes, it's fucking so good. It's so good. No, Thunderbolt Fantasy. It's not that old. It came out like not too long ago. Yeah, Thunderbolt Fantasy. Super good. Super good. But that's what this reminds me of when I see this. It looks like you're playing like a Thunderbolt Fantasy video game.
Stamina, but timed up perfectly, and not only less stamina is consumed, but you get a perfect opening to deal some massive damage.
Insolent creature!
The studio's background in animation and film shines through in every aspect of the game, featuring 25 minutes of handcrafted cinematics and over 1,500 unique animations.
See, like, that's the whole thing. Like, when I think about these games, like, doing something, like, breaking the mold and doing something special, it always ends up being for some of these bigger companies, it's always about the message. rather than the actual game doing something groundbreaking or different or something that like really separates it from the rest of the games that are out there. This game completely separates itself from everything just by its look alone. Like, it's crazy.
Homage to the dark horror-inspired works of Zdzisław Beksinski, H.R. Geiger, and Ray Harryhausen, incorporating stop-motion animations and eerie atmospheres. The game is fully voiced by a cast of Japanese heritage, adding authenticity to the experience. We are excited for you to embark on the journey
it's so
we
cool.
have been meticulously crafting.
December 12th. I'm gonna play it.
Steam.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this. Like, for sure, I'm gonna play this. It looks like for the most part, it's kind of going under the radar a little bit. I mean, this post here got like 19k likes, so it's getting some. They just need to make sure that they're like, they need to go out there and they need to make sure that they're like, oh, they got a demo out already. There's a demo out, so you guys can already play it right now. Maybe we'll play that. Maybe we'll play it on stream. Maybe we'll do that like next week or something like that if you guys want to check it out. Super fucking cool though, man. Super cool. I love seeing stuff like this. I'm sorry for annoying you, but I need to check your you need to check your notification. But why? I'm not gonna. Why not do it tonight? Yeah, I guess we could probably do that. Let me see. There you go. It's downloaded. Maybe we'll check it out. Yeah, I don't like I said earlier, I don't want to talk about the PlayStation thing. But I want to look into that like off stream or something like that if I'm going to look into something. I don't know if that was you that mentioned it earlier, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. Man, who the fuck are you? Who are you? You talking to me? Oh, you're talking to the chatter. Ads suck. Yeah, apparently Twitch needs to like apparently, oh, actually, you know what? We'll probably talk about that. I saw this recently. So like I guess like Twitch is going through this whole like Twitch is going through its own like adpocalypse thing now. I think a lot of this is like born from like the whole like thing with Asmongold or whatever.
My Twitch dashboard for the first time yesterday. My advertising revenue is down 95%. Let me show you. I'm going to show you because I don't give a shit. I'm fucking transparent. Let me show you guys something. Okay? I average about $100 to $200 a day in ad revenue, right? 5 days a week. You're talking about $600-700.
I make like nothing, by the way, off of Twitch. Like it's not that big of a deal to me anyway. Like 90% of the money that I make from streaming is from like people subscribing to Twitch or super chatting on YouTube. Like 90% of the money that I make from live streaming comes from all that stuff. I don't make anything from ad revenue. I don't really care to make anything from ad revenue from live streaming. It's literally, from my perspective, just time to like hang out with you guys and just bullshit about stuff. It's not like it's not like that's basically as far as it goes, right? But like this is fucking crazy. Like if you're actually like if your ad revenue is a big part of your streaming like revenue, and I know there's like some streamers that like really push harder on that part of it rather than like subs and donations and whatnot. Like this is fucking crazy. look at that. Look at the decline in this.
Dollars a week, you're talking about $2,800 a month, you know, $3,000 a month. I make about $8,000 a month on average, and sometimes 9, right? So it's about 40% of my, sometimes 50% of my income. I'm averaging $15 fucking dollars in ad revenue. I'm disabling ads. I can't disable all of them. Nobody can. They automatically run. But I'm just going to stop fucking anything I have because I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to the shit on my platform. I have nothing to do with it. I'm sitting up.
Yeah, 90% of the time you're just running on autopilot, man. Like the paychecks come in, as long as my bills get paid, that's the only thing I give a shit about. If something actually ended up happening, where I like, you know, the bills didn't get paid, well then I just go get a fucking job. Like it's basically it. You know what I mean? Like it's not that big of a fucking deal. Helgren, thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Hanging out with all these weird motherfuckers by choice. You mental LD? I am.
Here in my own
I do
little
have problems.
corner, doing my own thing, having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, like, so the thing is, like, the reason why this is happening right now is specifically, and I guess there's like a bunch of other people that have been talking about it as well. It's just because there's a lot of like extremist language and topics that are being talked about on Twitch right now. That's really all it is. It's because of like, I think part of it is the. Like a lot of it was the elections, right? You drew in that kind of audience, that kind of crowd with the elections, and then you also have like they have a really bad way of like moderating over there. Like it's like really fucking bad. It's so odd, and I don't understand, like, because it's not evenly put out. Like you can obviously see that there's some favoritism at play for sure, because you'll see like the CEO like hanging out on stream with some of these people that never get banned, even though they say shit that's like far worse than somebody else. I mean, shit, you saw that there was like that one. There was that like, it was like last year, or was it earlier this year? There was some girl that was getting railed on stream. Three days. Or like even less than that, like less than a 3-day ban. Less than a 3-day ban. And then somebody has like a problematic opinion and they'll ban them for like fucking 2 weeks. What? Like, kids watch that platform. They do. And by the way, like I think that stream wasn't even like an adult stream. It was just like, I think the girl just thought it was like, was that the girl with the reflection in the window? Yes, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, like at the end of the day, like it comes down to like it was just like a regular stream. It wasn't even like a thirsty stream or anything like that. It's just like this chick and her boyfriend thought that they could like get away with it. Like you know what it really was? It was like she knew that she was being watched by like, you know, X amount of people, and they probably just got excited about like they don't know what's happening right now. You know what I mean? Like they don't know this is happening right in front of them. It's just one of those like probably like a fetish or something, I guess. I don't really know. And then yeah, didn't the Twitch CEO get outed for following like a bunch of OF girls? Yeah, he did. His whole like following page is like all these like OF girl clips. So it's like it's obvious that there's some like favoritism at play when it comes to the platform, and like they're not doing it evenly, and it's a shit show, and advertisers just aren't there for it. I mean, like how, and plus on top of that, the thing is that like with like the way that Twitch is, like people's bans are like publicly noticed all the time, and you know that's also something that ends up like coming across the desk of the advertisers. They see that stuff and they're like, oh shit, well, you know, I don't really want to have to, you know, be involved with any of that stuff. The problem I think is in a lot of cases is that it's actually like, you know what the funny thing is, these two posts actually go really well together. I don't actually think it has anything to do with the actual like things that are happening on the platform. I think that it's just that like Twitch in a lot of ways, when it comes to the things that they're trying to like they're not preemptively putting rules in place that make the right kind of barriers that make sure that certain content doesn't make its way onto the platform. or make sure that certain language or topics or whatever else doesn't make it onto the platform. Everything they do is always in response to what advertisers are asking them for. And when you're running a platform like that, then you're basically just plugging you're just plugging your thumb, you know, or your finger into a ship that has a hole and it's already sinking. So you're constantly, you know, just patching a hole, and at one point in time the whole ship is just gonna fucking sink. Like, that's just what's going to end up happening to it. Like, the funny thing is that, like, even though a lot of people give X, Twitter, a lot of shit, at least their moderation policy is basically pretty much clear across the board. Like, it has to be pretty extreme, like whatever you're posting or doing on the platform, to get banned from it. And as a result, like, the guidelines are set, the advertisers understand what they're getting themselves into, and they can choose whether or not they want to be a part of it or not. I think that's really what I think that's really what it ends up being. Because like I'm trying to think about this. If I was running my own business and I wanted to promote my you know, products, and I wanted to use this website, or I had a few different websites that I could use, I look at them and go like, okay, so like, what kind of content's on this site? And they're like, oh, well, we don't allow this kind of content. You go, okay, and then you're like, would you? And then you find out later that they actually do allow a certain type of content, and then, but there's other people that are doing like the opposite of that or something. Like, it's really weird. So it's like, it ends up being this like odd gray issue where, like, at least if you go and you post stuff, or you post advertisements on Twitter, like, you know what to expect. You know that there's going to be like crazy shit all over the place, but at least you understand what you're getting into. Twitch doesn't only play favorites. A Discord leak showed a number of their staff hate VTubers for some reason, and that's so fucking cringe, dude. Like, leave the fucking VTubers alone. Like, the amount of people that I see that are out there that are like hating on these fucking people, like, you gotta realize, like, in most situations, in most occasions, what's going on is like, you found, like, it's somebody that like found a way for them to finally be social, and maybe like that's really what it ends up being. Like, they just don't want their identity out there. It allows them to be like, it allows them to safely be able to like join into this kind of community, or be able to make content without like releasing their identity into the world and being the face of their own content. You know, not only is it like safety concerns, but you probably have people that are out there that are popular VTubers that are like extremely antisocial. And it just so happens to be that once they got this avatar, now it opened them up to making friends and meeting people that they otherwise never would have. You know, like, in a lot of cases, I look at like Iron Mouse, who I've watched Iron Mouse for years, right? Like, I love Mouse. Like, her singing voice is one of the best that are on the fucking internet, and some of the covers for songs that she does and things like that are awesome. And, you know, you have somebody that is sick and has been mostly bedridden their entire fucking lives, and if it wasn't for them being able to have access to, you know, using like a VTuber model and stuff, they likely would never be able to, you know, do what they've done. I mean, not only have they created a living for their family, but they've also, you know, donated, you know, millions of dollars to charity, right? So like, there's a lot of good that comes from that kind of stuff. And I think that in a lot of cases, like, whether it's like, I think like VTuber probably just makes it easier for people to hate on them. So at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of jealousy behind it when you see that kind of popularity. But yeah. What's this? Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doosh. Thank you for the 5, man. Love your content. Keeps me grounded sometimes. I go off the deep end with all the nonsense happening around gaming. No problem, man. No problem, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. $3D doesn't want to compete with 2D. 3D has no depth. What a joke. Yeah, I know. LD, remember that battle.net issue? With their attempt for real ID. Fuck, I remember that. That was so terrible. When Mouse beat that guy, when Mouse beat Kai for subs, people kept getting mad about it. Like, that's just so fucking weird. And then he goes and he does it again, and now he beat the record again. You know? Oh, how many VTubers are disabled to the point? I don't fucking know. I'm just giving one example. But the problem is that what I'm saying is you don't just throw everybody in one fucking boat. I just don't understand why people want to be so fucking petty over fucking digital avatars. Like, fucking chill, dude. Who gives a shit? Like, I think that I think it's cool, and I think there's some fucking power in that for people that actually can like reach outside of themselves in some cases. And I'm not even saying like they're all fucking disabled. That's not even the point. Like, if you're reaching for something like that, or you want to say that I'm the one that's reaching, you're the one that's reaching further, my big dog. Come on, man. Like, I'm just using that as like an extreme example. But like when it comes to the rest of them, like I think that there probably is a good amount of them that are literally just people that just couldn't put their face in front of a camera. Maybe they wanted to be creative, but they just don't want to do it that way. Like, and the thing is, it's not a terrible explanation. You just didn't understand it. I think plenty of people understood it. What? I'm not even fucking touching it anymore. Understand it if you want to understand it. Hate him if you want to hate him. I don't really give much of a shit, to be honest. Let's see here. What else we got? You know what's crazy? Like, these folks cannot keep themselves out of the fucking headlines for more than a day. Like, I don't understand. Like, Ubisoft, like, they have to be getting purchased soon. That's the only thing that I can think of. Like, it has to be coming soon. Sooner rather than later, because at the end of the day, like, they've had way too many issues. Like, back to back to back to back to back. It's wild. It genuinely is wild. Because, like, the thing is that I'm trying to, like, add up every bad headline that they've had over the last little while, and it's too many now. What if we just go, like, gaming news, and then we go, like, Ubisoft. Ubisoft kills inaccurate rumors around Assassin's Creed Animus Hub. Rewards are entirely free. No paid sub or battle pass. No extra cost to missions. Ubisoft facing lawsuit over... yeah, so here you go. Ubisoft facing lawsuit down after always online games. Then we also have them now canceling the Splinter Cell movie. Then we also just had them do their NFT game. I feel like there was something within the last week as well that I didn't... Ubisoft acknowledges buyout reports. We regularly review our options. This is likely the one that this is likely what's going to happen. Like... let's be fucking real. Let's be fucking real. I'm very introverted unless I'm behind a microphone. I can understand wanting to use a model instead. Yeah. I think it allows people to be a little bit more confident about what they're saying. Ubisoft deserves another lawsuit. For their faulty anti-cheat. 2023 was the worst year for innocent players. Oh yeah. Now, like, I think when it comes to like a lot of the anti-piracy stuff as well as anti-cheating software, like there's so many vulnerabilities for a lot of people. There's a lot of vulnerabilities for a lot of people. Ubisoft needs better leadership. Someone to come in and clean house. I think that's just what's going to end up happening. I think that what's probably going to end up happening, like what's going to resolve all the issues that they have right now. Fucking look at these like fucking slobbering assholes. I didn't know a Ubisoft game could be as gorgeous as Star Wars Outlaws. Bro. What? Baldur's Gate 3 publishing chief. Oh yeah, then the publishing chief for Baldur's Gate 3 was talking about their broken sales strategy. That was the whole thing with Prince of Persia. Like they just keep getting lit up, dude. Like at this point in time, like they've lost so much face in the public that I don't understand how they're gonna come back anymore. I do not know. Apparently there was a leak of an aggressive microtransaction, and really, I didn't see anything on that. The Guillemonts The Guillemets own most of the shares, and they're the ones who have been killing the company. It'll be tough to get rid of them. Well, they're not only the ones that own the most of the shares, they are the founders of the company itself. They're like, that's it. Like, they're the founders. So, like, to peel the founders off of the company is likely not going to end up being the case. I think what will probably end up happening is that they will drive the company into the ground. And if they see that they're not going to be able to pull up at all, what they'll end up doing is they'll just start selling off IPs and cash out. I think, like, in a lot of cases, when it comes to a company like Ubisoft, they would probably rather see their company, like, go away, like, go under entirely, rather than see somebody else, you know, own the company. I would imagine that's probably this is going to end up probably being the case with them. We should have 2 Game of the Year, Outlaw and Veilguard. What if Star Wars Outlaws is in there? What if Star Wars Outlaws is in there? I wouldn't fucking doubt it. Yeah, so a buyout wouldn't do anything while they're still around. I don't know if they've licensed. So the problem is that I looked into this a little bit when I was doing some of my research for a couple of the videos that I had done before. The Guillemot brothers, their ownership in Ubisoft is actually in a shell company. So it's actually not something that other investors technically have access to, though ironically, Tencent does have ownership in that shell. I forgot what it's called, but yeah. But basically, their ownership is not actually in Ubisoft itself. It's in something else. And I think, actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think Tencent's ownership is likely like 30% in that shell company. Sketchy as fuck. Yeah, that's how they be. Pirate Nation. Oh, that's the dude who signal boosted. Someone getting banned for calling out Striker 2 for using undisclosed upscaling in their system requirement sheet. Gaming is screwed. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know about that. I know that there's some drama around I know there's actually a lot of like weird drama around Stalker 2 in a couple different ways. I know like one thing is like preloading. So Xbox is technically going to be able to download the game faster, right? It's on the Discord. Okay, maybe I'll check it out. I know that like Xbox is going to preload and be able to download faster. Like they'll have access to it sooner before PC will, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least Game Pass will have access like a day sooner or something like that. And then another thing is I know they've been banned in Russia, and then they posted it anyway for sale in Russia, because Russia was banning it because they called it foreign propaganda, right? Yeah, they used upscaling for their system requirements, but didn't specify how much, so it's entirely useless. So so we actually have no idea what the actual system requirements are going to be. Yikes. They didn't license other IPs that they abandoned. I doubt they'll license anything out, to be honest. Seems like they'd rather sit on it and give no access to it. Is a license necessary for the current? Yeah, it counts as supporting terrorists. Yeah, that was the whole thing. I don't know. Like you can still get access to Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, and Call of Pripyat, and the other one. I can't wait for Farming Simulator. Yeah, dude, Farming Simulator popped off. Did you see a stalker broke into a VTuber's house? Yeah, I saw that recently. I also saw that like somebody, like they were like use somebody's phone to be able to like dox them or something. I can't remember how that went. It's pretty fucked up. Stalker's on GOG. GOG is DRM free. Yeah, you can get the DRM free versions on there. Farming Simulator is beating Veilguard. Yeah, it's ripping. So I saw this. So they said, why is Baldur's Gate 3's concurrent player numbers so consistently high, unlike any other game in history? So like Cyberpunk, I think it really just, in this case, it just comes down to replayability. I think it's a lot of different factors. I think that in a lot of cases, what it ends up being is that it's replayability, because there's a lot. Mod support definitely helped a lot. And I would say also just like the overall quality, right? I think the overall quality of Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the reasons why a lot of people keep coming back to it. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, there's so much value there. Like, and I think you add those three things together, and then what ends up happening as well is that you have a ton of people that see all of those three things that haven't played the game and are constantly attracted to it. Like keep in mind, you know what's crazy about this? This is not the same players playing all the time. Steam top sellers. These are not the same people that are playing all the time. Yeah, like Baldur's Gate 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get rid of free to play. Top sellers based on your preferences. So this is like, I think this is by month, if I'm not mistaken. This is Steam top sellers by month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So it's in the top 15 top sellers, and has been for over a year. Sort by relevance? I don't think that really matters. Yeah, I don't think relevance is really going to matter. I just wanted to hide free to play. Because this is just like, this is purely the top selling things on, like, over the last, like, probably 30 days on Steam. And Baldur's Gate 3 has been in the top 15 for over a year now. That's a long time, dude. That's a long fucking time. That's a lot of copies. I'm actually, what is, I wonder what Gamelytics thinks, 13.7 million copies is what they're estimating. Well, no, that doesn't even sound right. 16.5 million recorded owners. So it's actually higher than what the estimation is. That's crazy. I mean, it's not as much as like, it's not as much as like Call of Duty or Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Legacy. But it's way up there. It's way up there. That's wild. And keep in mind, you see this? And this is just what they're estimating this right now, right? So like really their estimation is in between 6.8 and 20 million copies is what they're estimating between. So that you know, this isn't necessarily right, but you know, they're estimating between 347 million and $1 billion. The game was like $100 million to develop. So like they made out like fucking bandits. Yeah, budget was like $100 million. So I mean, they fucking crush it. And the crazy thing is you see how much some of these companies, how much more they spend, like up to 3 times the budget or more to deliver less than Baldur's Gate 3 does. That's so crazy. That's more than most movie studios. It fucking should be more than most movie studios. There's more work that goes into making a video game than a movie. By a fucking long shot. Like they're not even in the same room with each other. I mean, you got to think about it. You're talking about, like, if we're looking at like a movie script versus, like, if we're looking at like the production of a movie versus the production of a video game. Well, you already have a script that's made, but not only do you have a script that's made, but you have a script that is made with multiple endings and multiple outcomes in almost every single thing that's happening. You have you know, an entirely new you know, brand new music that's being made for it throughout the entire experience. Not to mention all the work that goes into actually programming the game, making the game, developing the game, developing the game's mechanics, all those kind of things. Like, yeah. I mean, like, making a video game is exponentially more difficult and costly than it is to make a movie. It also takes more time and technical knowledge to make a game. Yeah, and keep in mind, the other thing is, too, is I think something else people forget about is that video games also have actors as well. And in a lot of cases, those actors work even harder than movie actors do. Give me 1 second. Blair Witch Project cost 48 grand to make the movie, and the revenue was 248 million. Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious, to be honest with you. I think it's obvious why Baldur's Gate 3 is so consistently high, and it probably still will be for another year, especially with mod support. Because the thing is like, you know, especially because people figured out how to be able to actually make like custom maps and stuff. Like, somebody's gonna end up doing like an Avernus expansion to Baldur's Gate. Somebody's gonna end up doing maybe a Neverwinter expansion to Baldur's Gate. And when you have something like that comes out, you're gonna have a ton of people flock over and play it for sure. Like, without a doubt. I would. What is Skyrim compared with Starfield these days? Not even probably on the same fucking radar, I would imagine. I mean, this is just Steam, right? My God. Would it be special edition, or would it be the base version? I'll check base first. 1,000 in game on the base version. 22,000 in the special. So we're gonna say like 24,000 in total. Versus 4,000. Yeah. It's not even in the same fucking range. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. And that's it. And that's even with the game going on sale like a bunch of different times as well already. Special edition is 8 years old. Yeah. Yeah. Brutal. Especially considering the recently launched DLC. Well, the DLC was like massively disappointing, just like the game is. Like, the thing is that like there was like this weird expectation that people had that the expansion would pull some type of like Cyberpunk 2077 like overhaul. They have no interest in doing something like that. You have to keep in mind that these are developers that feel justified by the game that they made, that actively defend the game that they made. You should react to Asmongold reacting to you. I'm actually going to react to an Asmongold video here in a minute. Yeah. That's just... It's wild. This I find fucking hilarious, by the way. Like, so this is like console warrior, this is some like console warrior shit, right? This is some more like console war bullshit where you got people who are like Final Fantasy 16 massively flops on PC, only selling 289,000 copies since its September launch, compared to 3 million copies sold in the first week on PlayStation 5. Well, and then the thing is, I even see in the comments here, they're like, watch them blame it on not being day one. Shake my head. It got Steam day one, and the collector's edition on PS5. I got Steam day one and the collector's edition on PS5 day one and PlayStation Digital. Like, okay, well, I mean that's a really poor use of your money, to be honest with you. But and then they're like, they have to have it both ways. On one hand, they said, I can't wait for it to top on PC. Like, who the fuck are you even talking about? I don't think anybody even said that. Then when it does come on PC and flops, oh, but it wasn't day and date. I mean, I don't know who you're arguing with. Most likely nobody. And in most cases, they just don't even exist. But are we really trying to believe that a year of difference and minimal marketing is not going to have a massive impact on how many copies a game is going to sell on Steam? Likely you already have people that just watch the cutscenes that have already watched other people play through the entire game. Like, could this be a sign that FF isn't relevant anymore? No, I don't think that Final Fantasy isn't relevant anymore. I think that you know what the funny thing is? I would almost guarantee that the sales are probably relatively similar to like previous installations. So like let's go to Gamelytics. Again, this is all going to be like rough estimates more than anything else, but if we go to Gamelytics and we search like, I don't know, Final Fantasy 15 XP, we'll say just the base edition. This is 16. I said 15. Fine, we'll do Windows Edition. 1.7 million copies. Oh, I don't know. Final Fantasy 13, which would be what was that? XII? That's Zodiac Age. Well, how much is Zodiac Age? This is a really popular one, by the way. Yeah, like Final Fantasy has never been like a massive blockbuster. Like it's a popular game that everybody has played, but the damn autocorrect keeps switching. Yeah, I know, it is what it is. It's definitely been a popular series, but the thing is that I think in comparison to like other franchises, it's not as big as people thought it ever was. And Thunder, you're absolutely right. Square expects way too much money from it. Yeah. I think that Square Enix, because of the like long-lasting legacy of the franchise, believes that the name alone is supposed to make it like fight on the same terms as like, I don't know, like I don't even know. Like, I don't know what games they're trying to like put it in competition with. Like, it's not gonna be anywhere near like a I don't know, man. I'll be honest. I have no idea what they think they're going to try to compete with. If anything, you should try to compete on the same numbers as like Atlas games, right? At least that's what my perspective is. JRPG is still a niche. Well, I mean, the thing is that Final Fantasy 15 and Final Fantasy 16 aren't what you would necessarily qualify as JRPGs. They're more like action RPGs than they are anything else. I think when people think about JRPG, they think of like the common tropes that you would find in those kind of games. But like if I was Final Fantasy, or if I was Square Enix, sorry, I would be trying to like directly compare myself to like actual, you know, one-on-one comparisons that I could make. I think that they're trying to compare like the name of the franchise to other series of games that have sold relatively well. And I just don't think that's going to be, it's not smart. It's bad business. Issue is Square Enix FF games cost a lot of money to make. That's their own fault though. That's these companies' fault. That's something that they need to sort out themselves. And I don't know what else to say. Baldur's Gate 3, we just talked about it. Baldur's Gate 3 was made for like a little over $100 million. If they can do that, then I would imagine, especially with the time, resources, and experience that a company like Square Enix has, they should be able to make a game for cheaper than that. Or at least the same amount. And be able to put in even more. And I will say at the exact same time, the other thing is too, is that like their audience is aged when it comes to the Final Fantasy series. And that's not a bad thing. You can still reach that audience, but I would guarantee that in a really good, like, I would almost guarantee that a large part of that older audience has probably moved away from PlayStation and towards PC. And like, you have to do day and date, man. It makes such a big difference. It really does. We have proof with so many other games that it makes such a large difference. And any of these games that do these like staggered 1-year releases, like sometimes it'll end up being successful if it's a big enough IP that people care enough about, that reaches into a wider audience, like something like a God of War as an example, right? Like I think God of War is definitely one of those games that can reach out to those wider audiences, but you know, Final Fantasy doesn't have the same kind of reach. Even if they are trying to like kind of God of War / Devil May Cry Final Fantasy, I still don't think it does the I still don't think it accomplishes the same goal. That, and the thing is that like, even though I liked Final Fantasy 16, I played it all the way through. I beat it. I played it on PlayStation. I'm a Final Fantasy like nut, dude. I fucking love those games. It's probably one of my favorite video game series of all time. And I've played just about every single one of them every time they come out. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake, I feel like that's likely what personally, this is just me, I think that that's the archetype that they need to run with from now on. I think that Final Fantasy 16 leaned too hard into the action side. But how many have you beaten? The vast majority of them. I've beaten Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy X. I did not play Final Fantasy XI online. I beat Final Fantasy XII. I skipped 13. I just didn't really interest me. I played 13, but I didn't play its like sequels and stuff that they did. Same thing goes for like Final Fantasy X. I didn't play like Final Fantasy X-2 or anything like that. Final Fantasy 13, I've played Final Fantasy 14 through almost all of its expansions, except for the most recent one. I just haven't had the time to get through it. Final Fantasy 15, I played all the way through. Final Fantasy 16, I played all the way through. Yeah, I've played all of them, just about. Outside of like a couple, like a handful, like the very earlier ones where I was like too young to get into it, and then like, you know, the Lightning Returns and stuff just didn't really interest me all that much. I loved Rebirth. Wish it was on PC. I loved Rebirth as well. Final Fantasy Tactics, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I played Rebirth as well. Oh, I played 1 through 9 and I'm younger than you. Well, I mean, like, the thing is that when it comes to, like, the earlier Final Fantasy entries, I just didn't play them because I wasn't interested in those kind of games at the time. I think that's really what it is. Yeah, I still remember most of the story for Final Fantasy IV. Yeah. I forced myself to play 13 to the end. I had to see how bad it got. It can't be this bad. Eventually it gets better. I think in a lot of cases when you're playing a Final Fantasy game, you're like waiting for that like world turn to happen. I will say that like I've switched sides. I'll be straight with you guys. Even though I really love Final Fantasy, I'm probably more of a like Tales of fan than I am anything else anymore. Like I like Tales games a lot. A lot. I would love to see a Symphonia remake. That would be fucking sick. Symphonia, Berseria, Vesperia. Vesperia is probably my favorite out of all of them. Vesperia is so good. Like, legit. Like, if I had to tell you guys, like, hey, you should go play this game, go play fucking Vesperia. Like, it's so good. And plus, on top of that, you could actually go and you could play... Well, it's actually kind of a hard tie because Berseria is also really fucking good as well. Like, Berseria is very, very fucking good. But, Vesperia is just like, it just has all that stuff that, it just has all the things that you want. I don't know how to say it. Like, it just has all the things that you want that gets you, like, super hyped for. And it has, like, at the right time. Like, am I the only one that's like a sucker for Coliseum? Like the tournament sections in video games? Like tournament arcs, you know what I'm talking about? Lost Odyssey was really good too. Yeah, Lost Odyssey is a really good game. Yeah, when I got to that section in like Tales of Vesperia, I was like, fuck, this is it, dude. This is it. And then also like being able to like go out and fight like secret bosses and like do like uncover like hidden secrets to get the like ultimate weapons for each one of your characters. I love that stuff, dude. I love that stuff. I love the characters in Vesperia. Fuck yeah. Who doesn't like a talking dog with a fucking pipe? And Yuri was fucking cool as shit. Like Yuri's like one of the like I think one of the problems that I run into like with some games is like the protagonist almost ends up being too much of a blank slate for the player not to be able to like project themselves onto, or like well, yeah, they make the character a blank slate so the player has to project themselves onto the character, or they don't want to give them too much personality so then you can still like project yourself onto them. But like Yuri Lowell is like a fucking just a badass. Like that's it. Like it's just like, oh, you're just gonna play as a badass. How about that? What do you guys? Are gonna be okay with that? It's like, yes, yeah, yeah. You're gonna play as like a disgraced knight. Remember how weird Blue Dragon was? Blue Dragon was really good too. Who wrote this? This is way too long for me to read right now. I'm not going to read that. With more studios closing, original IPs being scrapped mid-development, and numerous layoffs, a smaller scale and more creative approach may be the only way for the industry to survive. Yeah, you know what actually the funny thing is? IGN? I would actually probably say that it's not that. I'd probably say it's make better fucking games that aren't generic trash. Generic trash. Generic trash. No identity. Not interesting. Nobody was asking for it. No identity. Not interesting. Nobody was asking for it. Crazy how these two games have that much in common. Yeah, that's kind of wild, right? Because it's actually it's kind of crazy that, like, you know, you can't see the forest through the trees. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? None of these games have the image of Blockbuster. Well, the thing is that they just go ahead and just, like, they shove so much money into these projects that it has nothing to do with it needing to be like, I do think that, like, there definitely needs to be you know, more smaller scale and creative projects and creative approaches for sure, like, without a doubt. At the same time, like, are we supposed to ignore the fact that, like, nobody ever wanted this shit to begin with? I mean, when they announced Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, the vast majority of people were already booing the game before it even came out. In order to be a blockbuster, you need to actually bust a block. Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't that the truth, Norsky? These games didn't bust no blocks. That's pretty fucking true. Well, I think what it is that they're like original IPs being scrapped mid-development, numerous layoffs. You know, they're talking about big blockbuster games. The blockbuster bubble is burst. No, it hasn't. Are you fucking kidding me? Black Myth Wukong was a blockbuster game, but it was made for a relatively cheap price. Now, mind you, that was made in China, so it's going to be at a little bit less. Baldur's Gate 3 was a blockbuster game that was made at a good price. But it's not even the money that's being invested. It's more or less just making sure that you know that you're making something that people want in the first place. Like, it's really weird. Like, I just don't understand where this perspective comes from. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. Other than people lying to themselves to, like, continue the conversation. Maybe that's what it is. So I saw this, right? And I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna give you guys my prediction. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys my prediction for Avowed. I think that Avowed,
you must be our Imperial envoy. Better late than never, I say.
I'm about ready to get started.
okay, actually, I'm gonna be real. This looks cool as fuck. I'm not gonna pretend like that doesn't. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that doesn't look cool as shit. Okay, like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. The rest of this looks like pretty generic, but, like, this looks pretty sick. I'm not gonna shit on that. Okay, so here's my prediction. My prediction is, 1, you've completely screwed yourself over by releasing on February 18th. You are only 10 days away from Monster Hunter Wilds, and I do not think that is enough. I do not know if that is going to be enough for you to be able to pull enough people over to you, and likely that basically gives your game 10 days to survive, right? Tyson fight is starting. We'll see how this goes. My predictions for the Tyson fight: if it's not rigged, Tyson wins. If it is rigged, Tyson lost. I hate to say it like that, but, like, I know he's 58 years old, but the man's a natural born killer. He said it himself, and he's not wrong. I'm just gonna say it how it is, man. Like, also on top of that, man's first reaction is to slap a motherfucker when he steps on his foot. Meanwhile, homie didn't even see the hand coming. We'll see. That's on Netflix, isn't it? Too bad you can't restream that. It's too bad. I'd totally watch it. I want to see an ear. Did you guys see the Flash Gets one where like Tyson tries to go and like bite his dick off? Like, fuck, that's so good. So anyway, what I was gonna say is like, one, I think they're screwing themselves over with their release date. I think that by delaying the game, you kind of put yourself in the wrong window, and you put yourself next to two really big games that are going to offer an experience that's probably going to be a little bit more worthwhile. I think that it definitely like if it's good, I mean, it has the potential to get a lot of attention, because I think that there's still a pretty hungry audience that's out there that's looking for a Elder Scrolls like experience, and that's what very much this looks like. It looks like an Elder Scrolls like experience. Will it be as good or as impactful as something like that? Probably not. I'll be real with you. Like the game, like a lot of the dialogue and things that I've seen from the game so far kind of remind me a little bit too much of Outer Worlds. And Outer Worlds just wasn't it. Like, it was okay. It was okay. So basically going to be mediocre? I kind of think so. Yeah. The feeling that I'm getting from a lot of the stuff that I saw. I think when they first showed off like that initial trailer, the game felt like it was going to be bigger than what it actually is, and it's not. I don't know. We'll have to see what it ends up looking like in the end. We'll find out soon enough, though, right? Why does my camera look so fucking red? Turn the lights up a little bit. Get the camera to like refocus. Focus. There we go. Yeah. It's not the same as Obsidian. It is the same as it is. Like the vast majority of the team that's at Obsidian now is still the same people. There's a couple people that's not there, but I think that for the most part, yeah, I think for the most part they're all there. I saw this. Bro, I'm going to be real. Like, so people are like Stalker 2 is going to be an unoptimized buggy mess. And then people are like, "Brother, if it doesn't play like this, I don't want it." Dude, this game is so fucking goofy. Like, it's so good. It's the first time I've played a game that genuinely will make me laugh and jump scare me at the same time, like frequently within the same gaming session. Like, it's wild. It really is. It's crazy. Peak cinema. It is peak cinema. Like, it's crazy. Like, there's been a couple of times where the game scared the living shit out of me, and then there's times where like I'm sweating it out, and I feel like I'm playing fucking Call of Duty or Tarkov, and I'm like trying to take my time, make sure I'm hitting my shots, dropping into cover, dropping back out of cover, fucking going around the corner to heal myself real quick, coming back out, doing what I need to do, throwing grenades, and then the next thing I know, I'm like breaking a crate and my loot falls through the floor. Or I shot like a mutated boar and it backed up into an anomaly and it just like shot it up into fucking space. Like, it's like, oh dude, it's so good. It's so good. Oh yeah, hello. I said come here, don't stand there. Get out of here, Stalker. 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 I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Oh, man. Small fun fact, some Ukraine companies are giving a paid day off on November 21st, so every employee can play Stalker 2 and play it. I think it's really cool, dude. I really do. Like, there's something about it that, like, now that I've actually played this game, and I've been playing it, and then also at the same time, like, I've gone back and I watched like the documentary of them making the game. Like, you have so many games that are out there that people are talking about, like, oh, this is a strong game, a special message, we work so hard to make it, and it's just like, yeah, but did you try to make it in an active war zone? Did you have to uproot your entire company to Poland to be able to make this game? Like, and also at the same time, like, you hear from like the perspective of the developers, like how much of, like, you know, how like culturally, you know, how like culturally and like how important the like exclusion zone is to these people, and like the fact that like the fucking I think the creative lead or the owner of the company is like, I make sure that all of my employees go to the exclusion zone. I'm like, holy shit, that's hard as fuck, dude. That's hard, dude. Like, because it means something. It means something to them. You know what I mean? Imagine having a like such a wide area, just an entire city completely abandoned, frozen in time, irradiated, and it's all from like hubris, right? Like, it's all born from the fact that they, you know, pushed something to the limit and didn't have safety measures in place. You know, it was very, very much like very Soviet Union how that all went down. Did more players play Stalker recently? I would hope that people have been playing Stalker recently. It's such a good game, dude. It's such a good game. It really is. It's so fun. It's so interesting. It's so unique. And I think like what's really crazy about it for me specifically is the fact that like for as old as that game is, I don't want to ruin. Like I need to stop talking about it. Wait for the fucking video. The video is going to be coming out. You guys will get to watch my first impression. Watch my first impressions on it. And yeah, I'm not gonna spoil the video. I'd rather you guys watch it and then you can get it from there.
Today we're gonna be talking about.
Oh, you're quiet. All right. So this is a video by Asmongold. Like he needs to do more of these videos so then I can actually react to things that he does instead of him watching me all the time. I feel like that's a fair trade. That's all I ask. Just make more videos of yourself talking about things so we can have an equal exchange. That's my message to Asmongold. Every live service game is the same. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi guys, it's me again. Today we're going to be talking about online video games.
Also, like, why did, like, clean your fucking lens, dude? Like, why do you have like a like I can actively see the thumbprint on your lens, like it's greasy, like it just, you know, like I get you're trying to go for like the low quality look, like, you know, going like the OG style. I think I appreciate it, but bro has bloom. True. Yeah.
MMOs.
Clean it up.
Why I've been moving away from them.
You cleaned your house. Clean your fucking lens.
I'm turning into a boomer playing single-player video games and feeling better than ever. How could this have possibly happened to me? And I want to talk about exactly, systematically, keep that word in mind, systematically how that's happened.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, like most of his like content was about World of Warcraft at first, right? He did not use his streaming mic for this. Yeah, yeah, he just has his own style that he wants to do these kind of videos for. He just does it off of his phone and then uploads it from there. I kind of get why he does it because I think likely what it is it's look first comment. What's the first comment? Dude has cleaned his room. Dude cleaned his room once and then this happened. Oh god. Oh, bloom on, chromatic aberrations on, depth of field on, motion blur on. Yeah. Like now thinking about it, like a lot, like 90% of this stuff. I mean, he's wearing a World of Warcraft sweater right now, right? So like the thing is that you know, most of his like brain has been kind of programmed for these kind of live service games for a while, and even like I think when I started watching him, it was the same thing. He was playing, you know, MMOs and stuff like that. So
now I want to warn you guys. Before you watch this video, if you like playing a lot of online video games, you love live service games, and you think anything the way that I do, be careful. because after you see these patterns, I feel like there is no way to unsee the man behind the machine.
Yeah.
So anyway, the big
I brought this up, by the way, like, not to keep like going in, but yeah, even when I first started playing Warframe, right? Like, people are like, have you logged in this week? Have you logged in? Dude, log in for this, log in for this. And I'm like, well, like, I don't like messing with that stuff anymore. I don't really want to have anything to do with that. Like, I don't like feeling like I'm pressured and I need to log into something. Like, it doesn't feel good to have to do that. Like, I just don't want it. It's as simple as that. Like, oh, dude, you're gonna miss you're gonna miss the vendor's in this week, the same thing that like they had it for Destiny 2 and stuff like that. Like, I like Barrow Katir, like, I don't want to have to worry about logging in for that. You have login rewards. Like, yeah, technically I could hop on every single day to make sure I at least get my login rewards, but like, I just don't like doing that stuff. Did you finish the night wave or the battle pass? And like, the minute that I see a battle pass is like the minute that a game like visually exhausts me. It just turns me off immediately. I'm like, I don't want to have anything to do with this. Nothing. I don't want to be put on a schedule by a fucking video game. It's one of the reasons why I stopped raiding. I stopped raiding in Final Fantasy specifically because I'm tired of feeling like I'm tied to a second job, right?
big issue that I've had a lot with online video games is that it feels like it's building a castle on sand, it's building a castle on the beach, and then every 60 to 90 days, the tide comes in, washes your castle away, and the only thing you have left to show for it is maybe a cosmetic FOMO item for some seasonal event. Oh boy, you don't want to miss those.
No.
There's a collection tab. You loot an apple, and it says 1 out of 634. Oh boy, are we having fun now.
So, you know what's really funny is that to take his comment further about building a castle on sand, it actually goes it does go further than that. So, for me, in a lot of cases, when it comes to these live service games, for a lot of the newer ones that have come out over the last couple of months, they all feel temporary. And I'm not even talking about the battle pass or the rewards or anything like that or resets or whatever. I'm talking about just in general. I am afraid of investing any time into any of these live service games because it is so rare for any of them to be successful. So why would I want to spend that money? Why would I want to spend that time? Why would I want to invest into something that will likely die in a month, right? Like, I've had so many friends that I know that have put tons and tons of money and time into the First Descendant, and now you go and you look, 8,000 players online. Game is effectively, as a live service game, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to debate me on this. 8,000 players in a live service game is effectively dead. Like, it's effectively swirling the drain. As much as people want to talk about how great the developers are, it doesn't fucking look like it. It doesn't look like it. They're responsive. You know what their response is? Like, I saw recently people are like, they're putting in jiggle physics, and it's like, cool. They're giving they're making sure to do things for the Coomers. That's great, man. That's fucking fantastic. So what about the gameplay? What about making the game more ethically to play monetarily? Making it more accessible for people depending on how much money they have. Making items easier to get. Making the gameplay more engaging. Giving people more things to do. Making the story more interesting. How about you don't use a chat GPT fucking script for an entire fucking video game and also do the same thing with all the voice acting? And the funny thing, that's not the only one, right? Look at Lost Ark. 18,000 players online for a fucking MMO. I'm sorry. No. Like, I was planning on going hard into this game. I was planning on investing time and money, and I did play this game. And the minute that it all fell apart, and the minute that I saw that like 90% of the players playing the game were bots, it was just like, now I just have no interest in investing in any time or money in any of these live service games because, like I said, and like he said, it's like, it feels like it's a castle built on sand. Like, I have no idea when this whole game is going to go away. He's just talking about the battle pass and rewards. I'm talking about the entire fucking game itself. What's Warframe at? Like 50 or 60K?
Oh, exciting. And so I've been seeing this with every single online game. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? How am I letting myself get my time wasted on such a cataclysmic scale? By the way, 35,000 hours I've played World of Warcraft, okay?
Yeah,
I don't regret a single minute
wild.
of it. But goddamn, I wouldn't want to do all that again. And
Yeah.
so here's the point. I feel like every single online game, it doesn't matter whether you're playing Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, or New World. None of these things matter because all of these games follow the same DNA. And the DNA, if you want a very easy way to condense this down, it is keep you addicted and waste your time.
Yeah.
That's basically what happens.
Yeah.
And so people say, oh, well, you want instant gratification. You're goddamn fucking right, I do. I'm playing a video game.
So I have this like theory, this working theory on like gacha games, and it's that they sell you the gameplay, like by month, basically. So like using like JRPGs, turn-based RPGs, or anything like that as an example for this, I think that there's not enough variety in gameplay to keep you entertained, and how they do that is by charging you for the characters and getting a chance to get more variety in gameplay. Because effectively, at the beginning of the game, you could play it and you could probably use the characters that they provide you with to get through all of the content in the entire game. And most of those gacha games are not competitive, so it doesn't even really matter to you whether or not your characters are better than somebody else's. But what ends up happening is that maybe you like certain parts of the game, but you find yourself getting bored of the game. Well, that's made that's very purposeful. They want you to get bored playing the game. They don't want you to be bored of the game, but they want you to be bored playing it. And then what ends up happening is that you then go and spend money to be able to overcome that issue of boredom by getting you a fresh character, a fresh, powerful, hot, thick, juicy, a thong up around the waist character. And then now all of a sudden you got this flashy new thing to work on, and now you have something to distract you from the fact that you were actually getting bored of the game. And then you go and you play more of it. So they're effectively selling you your interest, which is just, it's crazy. It really is. It's one of the reasons why I've stayed away from playing those games. I just don't mess with them anymore. Not to mention that they power creep the shit out of you, right? So while you might feel strong at the beginning of the game, they continue to ante up the power level of the game, of the rest of the game itself. And then they release characters and items and weapons and things like that are even more powerful. And they end up being more meta than what your characters are, to the point where it becomes too difficult for you to sometimes overcome some of the challenges in the game, because the gameplay itself at its core is so fucking boring and redundant and repetitive that you can't help yourself but want to go pull for these new characters to have a splash of something different. But beyond that, like, do I want to spend 5 minutes killing this fight with these base characters that I've made, that I've had since the beginning of the game and I've been playing it for 6 months? Or do I want to spend money and pull for this character that is then going to allow me to do that same activity in a minute? In a lot of cases, especially with gacha games, the new characters are them selling you your time back. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild that in these gacha games, what you're really spending the money for is so that you don't have to play the game longer? What does that say about the overall experience of these kind of games? Call of Duty effectively does the exact same thing with its battle passes. You could buy the battle pass and then you automatically get the weapons, or you could go unlock the weapons in-game by doing the challenges. What does it say about the game if you don't want to play it to get the rewards? What does it say about the game if you want to play it less than you normally would, or be done with it as fast as you possibly could?
If I didn't want instant
my
gratification,
take.
I'd go back to my own boring real life. Of course I do. I don't want to spend 40 hours farming for some helmet.
Yeah.
It's stupid. And I understand the irony of this. Because as one of the residential spending 40 hours farming for a helmet YouTubers,
Yeah.
over the years especially, I've done this a lot. Okay? I've even made guides on how to do it in only 38 hours. And
This motherfucker farmed all the Makoko seeds. You want to talk about being a masochist? He farmed all the Makoko seeds in Lost Ark. That's degenerate behavior.
save a little bit of time.
I think he even farmed all the
Nowadays, I
cards
look
too.
at that
It's
and
crazy.
I just don't have the same outlook on life that I used to, and I cannot even fathom wasting my time in such a exorbitant way. And I think that this is a big thing for me. Like, I'm 34 I'm getting old. I'm 34
It's all right,
years
man.
old.
We all are.
And back in the day, and you guys can tell me if this is true or not in the comments with you, is that back in the day, when I would play online video games, the reason why I would play them is so I could show everybody else in the world that I was better than they were.
Well, yeah, of
And
course.
I got so caught up in this. I love being able to do this. This is my favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
And it was a big sense of, pride for me in a way. And I actually don't, I don't see this as a bad thing really at all. I don't hate myself for this. I don't think I'm stupid for doing this.
It's the fun of it.
But it's just
It's the same fucking way. Look, it's the same thing that we did when we played in like multiplayer games to begin with. Why did you grind out fucking Halo? Why did you grind out Gears of War or Call of Duty? It's because you wanted to get better at it and then be better at the game than other people, and then also get the prestige and get the trophies and get the armors and look better than everybody else because you want to look like you're better than everybody else. You want to be that guy that when people see you, they go, "Oh fuck." For me, in like first person shoot like Halo, like I wanted to make sure that I had like the best fucking what was the best armor in Halo? There was like a PvP set of armor that you could get, and then you had the Hayabusa armor. I got Hayabusa first. That one was a pain in the ass. But like I wanted people to see me when I was playing Halo and be like, like I thought that if I was wearing good shit, it would probably like spook them, and they'd be like, "Oh shit!" They freak out because they're like, "Oh man, like this guy really fucking plays."
At this point in my life, I'm no longer feeling that way about, about video games. I don't need to play a video game to show off that I'm better than somebody.
Yeah.
Because, again, I just, I've gotten old. I don't really care that much about this anymore. And so I just play video games, I don't know, imagine this, for fun. And so, anyway, how do I get to this point? I get to this point and I look at video games, and it seems like so many of them are infected with the exact type of rot, the exact same type of rot, and that is every 60 to 90, some of them they're a little bit different, but they're all basically the same paradigm. Every, few months or so, there is a battle pass, a season pass that probably has a paid version that is higher than that sometimes provides, actual good rewards, like things that are play for power,
Like that's fucking like especially like Call of Duty does that shit now, where it's like you have like the battle pass, but then you have the vaulted battle pass. And then you have the blacklisted vaulted battle pass. And then you have the ultimate mega blacklisted, nobody can ever see redacted battle pass and shit like that, where it's just like, bro.
Star Rail or something like that, or it just has cosmetics like something like Kirax Vault Pass in Path of Exile as a general rule, right? Or the trading post in World of Warcraft that functions as a battle pass. And so anyway, these things happen, and it makes me feel like every single one of these games is operating on this usually 60 to 90 day patch cycle that repeats the same content over and over. There's an event for different types of, different types of social events, like, Chinese New Year. That's a really big one. You've got Halloween and all of these different events. And I feel like I'm...
Maybe Asmongold doesn't actually live in this house. Like I'm watching like the background, and the background itself distorts when he moves. Is his background actually just a green screen?
I feel like oh wow, you hate Halloween events. No, I don't hate
Like when he's moving, you can see the flag like move with his body. Bro is a force ghost.
Halloween events, but every year when they have them, like, this is just really to sell skins, right? And when every single game is doing this, there's a certain sense of escapism that I'm looking for in a video game that really kind of evaporates when you see every single one using the exact same, content delivery method, right? And so I see these games with these battle passes every single time, and it makes me feel like I'm wasting my time doing them, because every time I fill up one of these battle passes, every time I complete a season journey, every time I, complete all of the tasks that have been allotted to me, well, then I wait for a few months, and then I have to do the whole thing over again. That's my big reward.
Yeah, even with like the carrying over, oh well, I still get to keep some of the skins, or I still get to keep the weapons, or whatever it might be. Like, the end of the day, like, what ends up happening is like the next set of rewards that they're going to give you access to are always going to be more powerful than what you had before. So literally, it just renders everything you did over the last like month, 2 year, whatever it is, completely fucking useless, and then you go on to the next thing. I think that's something that was like really interesting about like old school World of Warcraft. If you go back to like Burning Crusade and even Wrath of the Lich King, like, there were still some items and some like accessories, trinkets, and things like that were like still effective, even in raids, that were like maybe from vanilla or maybe from something else in the game or whatever it might be. Like, they weren't on this like whole hard path, and that's just World of Warcraft as an example, but like other games do the same thing too. And then what they'll do is they'll just patch out, like, if they find out that something older that everybody has is actually like super strong and accessible, then they'll just fucking nerf the shit out of it and then make sure that the new shit's the best shit.
All of them are built around some form of FOMO item. And
I not to keep interrupting or anything like that, but Warzone, like when it first dropped, and I'm probably sure I would guarantee it's the same that it is today. But like, one of the big issues that I ran into with Warzone for the longest time was that like every single time that they would do a new season in Verdansk, they would almost always have the new weapons that came out be the strongest weapons in the game. Oh, guys, we're sorry. It's that's on accident. They're not balanced. We're going to catch it in the balance patch. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it. But it just so happens to happen every single fucking time you put out a new battle pass. Do you think we're that stupid? I mean, don't get me wrong. I guarantee there probably is enough people that are that stupid. And a lot of people that'll just completely ignore it entirely and spend the money regardless. But for me, it just exhausted me, and I just walked away from it.
I feel like FOMO is a very double-edged sword, and I think this is especially true with live service games. And what I mean by that is, with a lot of live service games, how many of you guys played a live service game and you logged on every single day?
Yeah.
You want to make sure every day you never miss that daily, right? Because you don't want to fall behind. And so you do that, and one day you miss it. It's like, man, I missed it. Okay, well, I'm going to log on the next day. I'm still doing it every other day, so it's fine. And so then later on, maybe you end up accidentally missing 3 days. And then you tell yourself, well, maybe, and this could be any period of time, not 3 days. It could be 3 weeks, 2 weeks, right? Every game is different. But you tell yourself, oh, well, now I'm so far behind, it's not really worth playing anymore because I can't catch up. And I think that's what ends up happening with a lot of people, is that FOMO is a great way to keep people in the game, but FOMO is also a great way to keep people out of the game.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many games that I've just completely stopped playing because I took too long away from it. I think that's really what I can't shit. I would guarantee like Final Fantasy XIV is definitely one of those games for me right now. For sure. Yeah, it's one of those games where like it's not that like the content necessarily gets away from you because it's a story game more than anything else, but like so many things add up, and then there's like all the other things that you're like expected to do when you go to play one of those games, because then it's like, well, then maybe I want to get into raiding, or maybe I want to do this, and then people start to try to invite you to different things, and it ends up being like more of a time sink than you actually want it to be, and some of that stuff is limited time and whatnot, and when you start missing those kind of things, you just don't want to go back to it. The game itself just kind of gets away from you. I think like that's how it was. And to be honest with you, I'm happy that kind of content's there, to be honest with, like that FOMO content in some cases, because it got me off of playing bad games that I shouldn't have been playing in the first place. I think a really good example of this is like I used to play gacha games. I used to play Summoner's War back in the day. I played a shitload of it. I was I was in the like top 200 PvP accounts like for a long time, for like a few years. And and then I missed like an event because of something. I think it was like work or something like that. I just didn't have the time to play anymore. Even like autoplay and stuff, I just didn't have the time for it. You know, then all of a sudden it was like I went on vacation and my guild didn't want me like they like in the battle group anymore because I was missing fights too often and it was causing them to lose, and I just like I lost interest with it. And all that like FOMO stuff, all that like forcing you to play the game stuff eventually will push you away from the game once you've been away from the game long enough, because you just won't, the barrier of entry has now like erected itself yet again, and there's just no way that you're going to go back to it.
And so more and more as I'm spending my time doing other things that I find to be more enjoyable, the appeal of trying to continuously play an online video game to catch up and to keep up with all the FOMO rewards, it becomes more onerous, more of a pain in the ass.
Crime War says, would you say that most online games require the player to not have a real life outside of video games? I wouldn't say that it's have a real life outside of video games. I think it's that most online games require you to not play any other online games other than theirs. That's really what it ends up being. I think like I can't play more than one live service game at once. I can't. Unless it's something like super casual that has like next to no FOMO, and you know, it's something that I just like pop in and check out for a while and then drop. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty much about it.
And just more of, I mean, let's just be honest, guys, it's more of a waste of time. And so this is something that, and what's very weird for me talking about this, and I'm sure a lot of people will be kind of shocked to hear this, because I used to be the person who was the most fixated on this. I would never miss anything in WoW. I would never do anything. I would always make sure I get everything done and be a complete completionist, right? And I feel like being a completionist completely wastes my time. So I stopped doing it. And it sounds like such a, an obvious thing to do, but I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are stuck in that hamster wheel, and they feel like if they get off of the hamster wheel, then they've wasted all their time on the hamster wheel, so they can't get off because of sunk cost fallacy. And it's like, I remember when Blizzard made the $90, I can't even believe this, $90 store mount. They put this out there, and I'm seeing...
Well, I mean, the thing is, I think for a lot of people, what ends up happening is that in a lot of cases, you've just invested so much time and money into a game that you just can't see yourself getting out of like... You can't see yourself stop playing it because you feel like in some way... It's sunk cost fallacy, right? Like, that's basically what I'm explaining. It's just the idea that you've spent too much time and money into something that the last thing you'd want to do is walk away from it, because then that would mean that all that time and money that you put into it was a waste. And you know what the funny thing is that there's actually like a bit of a deeper meaning that I think a lot of people ignore there. And it's like, if you view that about a game, then that means that the gameplay and experience that you had while you were playing it was not valuable enough to overcome the amount of time and money that you spent on it. And that's something that people need to think about. That means that you didn't have enough fun and you didn't find enough fulfillment out of the experience that you got playing the game and spending money on the game, that the money and time ended up outweighing the actual overall experience. Does that sound like a game that's worth playing? From my perspective, no.
People in the comments, oh my god, I'm gonna have to buy this because I want to get all the mounts, but it's so expensive. It's like, what do you mean you have to buy this? What's wrong with you? What are you talking about, you have to buy this? And the thing is that, I mean, I could also be talking to myself from 10 years ago. Yeah. And that's the really ironic thing about it. And so the reason I'm making this video is to express kind of my current state of mind. I still like online video games. I can still play them for fun, but I can never really fully invest into them because I feel like so many systems and mechanics inside of them are designed to waste your time. And I've noticed this, and I contrast it with something.
Nerthy actually says something really good. This is the best money. The best games are the ones that you wish you could spend money on, but can't. Baldur's Gate 3 is a really good example of this. Look at how upset players were that they weren't going to do any DLC for the game because they were so desperate for more of it. Right? Like, it's that, like, Baldur's Gate 3, for me buying that game for, I think I bought it like, there was on sale during its early access at one point for like 30 or 40 bucks, something like that. I feel like I stole that game. Like as much time that I put into it, as much enjoyment that I got out of it, I feel like I've stole that game. Helldivers 2 in some cases as well. I feel like I stole that game because I got so much fun and enjoyment and just absolutely fucking good times out of that game when I first bought it, that I was like, man, I'm happy they didn't make it free to play.
Like Elden Ring, or I contrast it with something like that I've been playing a lot recently. What is it? Metaphor Refantasio.
Hell yeah.
Amazing, incredible game. I loved it. I ended up taking a day off today. I've been playing it all day. It's been really fun. And so I see these other single player games that they don't make you sit through,
I like how he just like outs himself. He's like, yeah, I didn't stream today because I just wanted to play Metaphor.
4 or 5 hours.
I actually get it now, because if I'm not mistaken, the last time that he played it, like he played it like for like an hour or so on stream. I think the stream before this one, and I don't think his audience like really liked playing it or something like that. So he was probably like, man, I just don't want to hear these motherfuckers bitch about me playing a fucking JRPG. So I'm just gonna go do my own thing. I would if there was something that I was playing on stream that I was really enjoying, and the stream was like, I don't like this. I'm like, okay, well, I'll just play it myself.
Hours of meaningless, annoying activities in order to get the reward. They just give you the reward. And the reason why is because they've already got their reward. They've already got your money. So it doesn't matter to them anymore, like whether you're, spending more time on the game. They just want the time that you spend on the game to be as meaningful and fun as possible. And I compare that with online video games, and it's like, okay, well, every time that you go on a loading screen, there's an advertisement for a skin. Every time that you open up the menu, there's another advertisement for the store.
Yep.
Every time that you open up the launcher, there's an advertisement for, like the battle pass, right?
Yeah, that's the one thing that I really do appreciate, and this is like one of the like I can never say enough good things about Warframe, but Warframe does not, under any circumstances, ever advertise anything to you in game ever. Period. It's a 13-year-old live service game that is still successful to this day, and I think that those choices are some of the best choices that you could ever make. It does. Tell me how it does. I'd love to hear how it does, because I've opened Warframe hundreds of times, thousands of times by now. I've never gotten a pop-up menu asking me if I want to buy the new Prime access. Male Verve gear. I don't know what that is. Male Verve gear. Skins? The only thing that they do is that's the only thing that I could point out is they give you a discount coupon when you log into the game. I have no idea. Like, there's no pop-up menu showing you when you like, after you've logged into the game, when you're playing the game. I've never gotten a pop-up while playing the game about, hey, check out this in the battle pass, or because there is no battle pass. The battle pass is free. I've never got something that popped up and said, hey, go buy this from the store. There's a sale right now, or anything like that. I don't get any of that stuff. Yeah, LR2, and I've never seen a pop-up other than Ortis yelling at me. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. There's I'll just move on.
All of the different tools in online video games are designed to try to keep you playing the game as long as possible, but the quality of that entertainment, I do think, is lower. But I think it's a mindset shift that I've had, where I used to always think that, being good at a video game doesn't matter if you can't beat other people at it, right? And I was thinking to myself, and that's how I always felt, but then I realized to myself, beating people at a video game doesn't really matter either, because it's a video game. So, kind of shocking, isn't it? And again, guys, comment down below if this is something that this is a revelation that's also occurred to you.
Well, it's not like necessarily a revelation. I think it's just something that you kind of grow to notice over time, and you just constantly see it, and you just get sick of it, and you just stop playing these kind of games entirely. And while I think that there's still a lot of audiences that are out there for them, My problem is with live service games today is that they're not doing anything to build real loyalty with their audience. And what that makes is an audience that is ready and hungry to move on to the next game that they hope is going to treat them better. That they hope is likely going to be more permanent as well. Like, that's the other thing. I do think that there's a lot of fear right now when it comes to these newer live service games that come out, that a lot of people don't want to play them. They don't want to adopt them because of the fact that they think it's probably not going to survive. They think that it's probably going to die after a month or 2 or 3 or whatever it might be. And then whatever time and money they put into the game was completely wasted. Because do you really want to play a live service game or an MMO that only has 8,000 people that are playing it? Fuck no.
It's like these 90-day reward structure cycles that repeat, and they usually power creep each other. So it's like if you work really hard in a game, this is something that Classic WoW always did really well. I'm a Classic Andy in a lot of ways. Is that if I took a break in BWL and AQ and Nax came out, well, I could come back and I'd still be in BWL. It's not like I would just be kind of accelerated to Nax and all of my effort that I had put previously would be invalidated. But I feel like a lot of video games have a reset power creep cycle that happens on a cyclical basis that's generally correlated with either a seasonal model or a battle pass model. And these types of mechanics are tiresome. They're very tiresome to me. And as I've spent a lot of time playing these games, I've realized that I'm not really having as much fun completing these tasks because of the inevitable futility of it, where ultimately I'm not really going to be able to achieve anything in this.
For me, it's not even the futility. For me, it's actually it's how menial most of the tasks are. Like that ends up being probably the one big thing for me. Like the vast majority of these tasks that games will give to you to like complete battle passes and stuff like that, like they're not engaging. It's not interesting. It's not challenging. It's just mindless. Yeah, exactly. And in a lot of cases, it's stuff that you'd probably do anyway. I get that, but I don't know. Like I don't like having to like play a video game on a fucking checklist every single time I log into it. I just want to do my own thing. But the problem is that they're forcing you down this pre-programmed way to play their video game in a product that you likely bought, unless it's free to play. That's a different story, but still.
Game, not like it matters, but it feels like it matters. Again, if you like playing these games and you're having fun, then that's all that matters. That's literally all that matters. Like, you don't need to justify it to me. You don't need to justify it to anybody. But I think that what happens is that a lot of times people put the expectation of like, oh, am I having fun, with how many other people are having fun the same way. And so for me, moving over to playing a lot more single player games, I don't have to keep up with like really fastly evolving metas. I'll log in, like everybody's playing and grinding. It's hard to play a competitive game like that unless you're playing it all the time because of just how fast information travels now online. And ultimately, I'm playing these games. I can't really, maintain a degree of like competitive nature, right? Because, and also some people might say skill issue, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't even really care. It's not really that big of a deal to me. I just want to play the game and have fun.
Well, I mean, like, especially when it comes to like competitive games in general, like there's so many situations that you find yourself in which you're like, okay, well, I could overcome this issue by looking up information and educating myself online and watching a video or a build guide or whatever it might be, right? To be able to like figure out these kind of systems, because let's be fucking real. The vast majority of us are not, mathematicians. We're not the people that are going to constantly be testing out different builds and seeing what's more powerful and seeing what gear actually works. 9 times out of 10, most people just immediately go pop up a YouTube video of a build guide from fucking, if you're playing like the First Descendant, you're pulling up Moxie or somebody like that, and you're going off of what somebody else says, and then basically everybody's playing the game the exact same way, and then it just kind of loses the entire like feel of it. Yeah.
And if I'm getting fucking destroyed, like how many of you guys used to play Fortnite and you stopped playing it because, you know, you
Moxie's the goat. Yeah, he's a really nice guy.
All right, you son of a bitch. You come over here. And then over there, he's building the Eiffel fucking Tower. And you feel like a clown and you lose. And so you just lose interest in playing the game. I think that's what's happened with a lot of online games.
Yeah.
Because everybody's wanting to make a name for themselves. You know, like for a lot of people out there, it's, I wouldn't say, you know, kind of, it is.
You can bring
it's
up
a job
like,
for them, right?
Yeah,
They're
he's
doing
bringing
this-
up the so like the big thing that's like popped up over the last few years, especially when it comes to live service games, especially when it comes to competitive live service games, like the vast majority of people are like metaing these games out of fucking control as fast as possible because they're trying to use a game as their platform to like take off. Like they're looking for that sweet spot where they are the ones that are the best at the game in that moment. And then they get to show off their skills and their personality and whatever it is on a public stage. And then people get to hop in, and now that's their moment to like be a content creator. And it ruins the experience of these games. It does. Like, because the thing is that like, bro, I can't tell you how many times I literally just watched let me see if I can find this. Yeah, look at this. Right, this is Shroud, by the way, right? So people know who this guy is.
That guy fucking sucked. Sometimes I wonder how people get by in life, like gaming like shit. I don't care what they did. Go play another fucking game and get better. Jesus Christ. Still, it doesn't matter. For the sake of your own fucking like pride, like are you not a prideful person? Do you have no dignity? I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about the people that are. I'm talking about the people that are really bad. Like not like average or below average. I'm talking about literal dumpsters, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Those people.
Running left.
And he's not alone, by the way. He's not alone. There's plenty of people that are out there that are talking shit like that are like thinking that way. That are like, why do you even bother playing video games if you fucking suck this bad? Like, just stop. Go do something else with your life. And it's just like, I don't know, man. Maybe because the dude's having fucking fun. Like, chill, man. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what does it fucking matter to you? What does it matter? It shouldn't matter to anybody. Just enjoy your, like, most people probably play video games. It's not even most people. It is. Most people play video games for fun. They don't care if they're good. They don't need to be good. Like, it's as simple as that. They're not even thinking about what you're thinking about. You're so fucking dialed in because it's your job. It's your career. I get it. But the thing is that you also have a bunch of people that are coming up that want to be like that. That want to be that guy like you, that are so focused on being the best in these games. But the vast majority, probably 99 or 95% of the people that are logging in and playing these games are doing it because it's fun. That's it. Because they're just having a good time. They probably have their boys in chat and they're bullshitting back and forth, talking about their day at work or how their fucking girlfriend or wife is bitching at them in the fucking kitchen and they didn't take out the trash or something like that. They got a baby screaming in the microphone. They're just looking for a few moments to escape the fucking world, man. But the problem is that like people are so fucking social media programmed and content programmed anymore, they can't see past that shit anymore because nothing else exists past it from their perspective. Fucking crazy, man. Take a fucking breath. Step outside.
As a career, so they want to be as competitive and as good at this game as possible. And I think the reality of that is that there's so many people out there that it really makes it hard for an average player to have fun playing one of these games when metas and skill caps evolve so fast that you have to maintain a certain degree of consistency playing it, or you're probably not going to have a good time because you're going to get skill gapped or power crept depending on what the game is. And in fact, in some of them it's actually both. And so
I just used Call of Duty as an example of that earlier. Like you'll get skill crept because you're not practicing and playing every single day. So your muscle memory and things like that are going to be out of whack. But you're also going to get power crept because you're likely not going to have access to the strongest weapons and attachments and all that other shit in the game. Yeah, for sure.
So what's happened is that I've kind of realized this cycle of futility, and I've realized that like, why am I trying to keep up with this to, like, maintain the same amount of effort and time when, you know, again, why wouldn't I want to have my cake and eat it too, right? Yeah. Why would I want to invest a huge amount of time into something like this that I'm not really enjoying? And I feel like another thing is daily rewards or weekly rewards. A lot of these online video games, they have like a reward structure that is very front-loaded, which means that you're getting 80% of the rewards in like 5% of the time, and then you spend the other 95% of the time getting the remaining 20% of the rewards.
Something I'll bring this up again because it's I just love using the game as a good example of ethical monetization and live service. But again, Warframe in this case does have daily login rewards. But the best part about it is that it's actually counted by day, not by whether or not you logged in. Like it's not by consecutive day. It's just recorded by day. So like you will get the day 300 reward after you have logged in a total of 300 days. You don't have to log in 300 days in a row to get that. It's just 300 days in total whenever you feel like it. And there's so very few games that are out there that are like that. So very few games that are like that. The day 600 reward, the day 900 reward. Yeah, there's tons of stuff out there that's like that. Yeah.
So they're designed for you not to play a lot and to basically stay on this treadmill and move at the pace that they've set for you. And I also find this to be very fatiguing as well, because there's some days I don't really want to play at all, and other days where days where
banned.
I want to play maybe 6 hours, 8 hours, and I feel like that time and effort isn't rewarded in a proportional level, and it feels like my time is being disrespected. And I think that's really a fundamental concern that I have too, is that I think a lot of these online games are built with systems that are cynically designed to waste your time in the most, like subversive way possible. And I see this happen a lot. And this is also, this is the worst thing, is that, oh, wow, you don't like grinding? Oh, you're not a fan of that? You don't have time? Well, guess what? We have the solution for that. We've
Pay more money. Pay more money. You don't have the time? That's great. And like that's I think that's like the most fucked up and like intrusive or like pervasive part of like live service gaming today is that they do recognize that the vast majority of people that are out there don't have the time to play these games. They don't have the time to invest in making sure they can unlock every single weapon or whatever it is. They see that. They understand. I get it. You have a full-time job. Thank God you do, because you can just pay your way into what you want. Enjoyment. Entertainment. Well, I know you bought the game, but, you know, we're going to need some more money from you if you want to keep having fun. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It's your fault for having a fucking job. Maybe you shouldn't have a job. You need to get somebody else to go out there and work for you instead.
Created the problem, and now you're going to pay us to solve it. So there's like these pay for convenience, pay for, power systems. So it's like, oh, well, I can't keep up all the time and I can't play all the time, so I'm going to spend money on the game. And I think that some people have rationalized this into becoming normal. I don't think that it's normal at all. Who decided that you have to pay money to advance in a video game? Like, who decided, oh, because you don't have time, now you have to pay money? Well, I'll tell you who decided that. The people you're paying money to. This is a completely invented problem that you could solve with 50 different solutions.
I'm going to tell you right now, the people that put this into video games are not the people that design video games. There was not some video game developer themselves that came up with this idea. This is a marketing company that specialized in the... or not marketing company, but this is like marketing minds that got control of the product part of the game, and they're the ones that pushed for this. It's not the video game developers themselves that came up with these beautiful ideas. No. It's the people that try to figure out how they can monetize the games further than their box price. That's what it is.
But big surprise, the one solution that keeps being used is the one that's the most beneficial to the people that are making the games.
Which I should also add to that, by the way, that's also one of the reasons why it's leading to players feeling more disconnected with these, like, from these games and from their services and things like that, It's one of the reasons why I think a lot of players are also just feeling like dejected from the industry itself in a lot of cases, is because no longer are games being made and led and inspired by the people that actually make video games. Instead, it's being led by the people that sell video games. And they don't have the same interest, they don't have the same perspective as video game players do, because games used to be made by gamers that were making games for gamers. But that's just not the case anymore. Now there's a third party that's been slotted in there that stands between us and the developers, and they're the ones that are translating on both sides, and they're the ones that are building up these barriers for us that are, yes, made of money, that we have to, these paywalls that we have to get over. And I think that's just leading to a lot of unrest within the industry in a lot of cases. I think that in some ways, likely they're so disconnected from the product part of the entire equation and the creative part of the entire equation that they probably look at some of these like battle passes and stuff like that, and they think that like this is mostly ways for them to be able to take advantage of kids, because like parents are just probably going to throw money at them and say, hey, screw it, you know, whatever to get you off my back. Here's your $5 or $10 for Fortnite skins or whatever. But I think that what we're kind of seeing across the industry is this like weird disconnect where like the industry doesn't realize that gamers, like this hobby, it doesn't age out. So like as video game players get older, they don't stop playing video games. They are just as, if not more powerful than the younger audiences that they believe that they're trying to capture. And I think that's what's resulting in a lot of these games falling flat on their face, especially like, you know, you look at like Concord and stuff like that. I think that they just fail to realize that the older audience is still too strong, and you're like just trying to aim games towards kids is just not going to work out for you. But either way, at the end of the day, like regardless if that ends up actually being true or not, the truest part is the fact that the creatives are not the ones in control of these games. Because we see what happens when the creatives are in control of these games. Baldur's Gate's a really good example of that, right? That was a game where they just straight up put it on their fucking website and announced to the world, this game is not going to have microtransactions, and we have a stance against that. They even go at, like even further than that and say that we're not even going to let this game fall into Game Pass or anything like that because we don't support subscription services. That's what true creatives think.
And again, that's fine if you like this kind of stuff. I don't. I feel stupid. I feel stupid paying to win, and I feel stupid playing free to play. I feel stupid for playing it at all. Yep. And so I thought to myself,
You should.
going to spend my whole day being stupid? Yeah. But not that stupid. That's terrible. And so I quit playing. And so I felt these different systems, and it's like every game has these. It's not like one game has this. Every online video game follows these same...
You know what the funny thing is? There's going to be a lot of people that'll probably not like this video and fucking mauled over it, specifically because of the fact that they are so invested into a live service game, both monetarily and with their time, that they don't want to hear somebody tell them that all of that work is for nothing.
Same content delivery structures.
WoW players.
They follow the same reward structures. They follow the same progression structures. They follow the same store models. And it doesn't even matter what the genre is. How is it that you can have a game that is about shooting people with guns that is fundamentally the same?
Only the mentally ill will have that viewpoint. So the funny thing is about live service gamers and MMO players,
as a game that's killing dragons, or a game that's like an anime waifu collector.
It'll take 5 minutes to go check out one of their subreddits.
Really? Call of Duty's got the same progression standard, kind of? I mean, in an abstract sense? So Honkai Star Rail? What the hell is going on? And as soon as I've realized this, I've taken a step back. And I've tried to have fun playing video games. And that's where I'm at now. I've been playing a lot of video games that are single player, that I feel respect my time a lot more, that I feel are paced in a way that's not disrespectful.
Yeah.
And I think they're really fun. And I'm not thinking about who is, who am I beating at the game, or, where am I on a leaderboard? It doesn't matter where I am on a leaderboard. It's a fucking video game. Who gives a shit? I'm having fun. I'm enjoying myself.
Yep, it's the only thing that matters.
Great.
Anything that matters.
So I wanted to make this video and talk to you guys about where I'm at personally, why I haven't been playing a lot of these online video games, and why I've fallen out of favor with it. I yearn for the day that there is an online video game that makes me want to waste my time. But right now, there's not. And so I'm stuck here being a boomer.
The problem is that I don't think another game like that is going to exist for a long time, or if it ever will again, because there's just too much monetary motivation for them to make sure that that kind of game doesn't exist anymore. Just the way it is.
Playing
the industry's
games,
their industry's just moved away from it,
and that's just about it. And I hate to say it, guys, but I'm happy. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit, give some of the different little patterns that I've been seeing a lot of these online games having, and also share where I'm at. And I think the reason why I wanted to make this video is because I feel like a lot of you guys out there might be a little bit like me. And let me know in the comments if you are. I'm quite curious. I think this is a long overdue discussion because I feel like this permeates not only the enjoyment of the game, but what are games fundamentally. For a lot of people, they're a form of escapism. And I don't feel like I'm escaping into a treadmill. You know, it's like I'm in my real life that is in some ways a treadmill. I'm lucky, you know, in the job that I have. Some people aren't as lucky. Their real life is much more like a treadmill than mine is.
Yeah.
And then it's like, finally, you know, I've been working all day, time to go home and work in this video game.
You know, that idea of like what are these games? I think the problem is that the definition of those games between the audience, like from the audience's perspective and the publishers and studios perspective, mean two completely different things. And I think that's probably one of the biggest problems in games today. I think that honestly is probably the most meaningful response that you could have to like even a video like this. It's just that like what we expect out of these games and what we're hoping these games to be is not what they are intended to be by the people that are making them anymore. It's just not the same. And that's not to say that those games don't still exist. I don't want it to come off like a doomer thing, right? I've talked about this before. There are so many great, amazing games where that perspective is still shared between the audience and the developer. I've been playing Metaphor ReFantazio. Absolutely fantastic game. Totally respects the shit out of your time. Super awesome with quality of life choices for a JRPG. Incredibly well-made video game, right? Just really good. There's tons of games that are out there that are like that. And also, in some cases, you can always go back and play older games as well. I think that people kind of forget that they can go back and play older stuff sometimes. It tends to look better and perform better, too. So,
miss me with that bullshit, man. And so, that's
True.
the way that I feel.
True.
Let me know in the comments how you feel. And I hope there's more discussion about this. I really do. Because I hope that it'll lead to better online games that are more respectful of your time and fundamentally more fun. So that's about it, guys. I'll see you later. Peace.
Yeah, good video, man. Do more of them. I'll share it to you guys. I mean, you guys know where to find it, but I'll share it to you regardless. Yeah, I don't know what the I mean, there's no like solution to this. I think that really what it is that I think that like some of these companies are just going to kind of get a rude awakening at one point where players are just going to move away from they're just going to move away from these games entirely. I think that's probably the best way to say it. That I think that like some of these live service games are just going to slowly but surely lose their relevance, and it's not because the games aren't what people are looking for. I think that what it ends up being is that it is like players are just constantly going to be looking for somewhere else to run away from the companies that have already been kind of screwing them over with a lot of this stuff to begin with. That's like the whole thing that I brought up before where I was like, hey, look at how fast some of these live service games have been failing over the last couple of years. Like some of them have just like fallen out so damn quick. That like players are just ready to jump ship at any moment. Like they're doing it to the new games. They're going to do it to the older games once a newer game, shows a little bit more respect for their time and money. All right, let's check out this demo for Spirit of the Samurai. I'm going to launch it up. Hey, bud, have a great night. I'm going to do my thing. Glad I caught you live. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Destiny's on its deathbed. Again, how many Destiny players are looking for a new game? Right? Like, how many Destiny players are like, man, I really want to play something new? I swapped out Destiny for Zenless Zone Zero. Yeah, that's a huge turnaround. It's a big move you made there. I think this should have controller access. I'm gonna feed the cat real quick. All right, let's check this out. See what this is. See what this be. Let me know how the audio is. Hold on.
What? This is where he meets me. Yes, in my dreams. But this is no dream. Okay, here goes.
The cat's a better voice actor than the kid is.
No, he'll come. He promised. Kitsune.
Hello, my friend. I haven't seen this sword in a very long time.
They say it belonged to my ancestors.
Not exactly.
I don't understand.
I am going to tell you a story, and I want you to listen very closely. Things are moving quickly, things that cannot be undone. Much of what happens next will depend on you. And you too, little one.
True.
Now, clear your mind and open your heart. This story begins a very long time ago, in the dream of another young samurai. His name was Takeshi. Like you, he had the gift of communicating.
It's so very
with
distinct.
The tree spirits, the Kodama.
Like it kind of reminds me of almost kind of reminds me of like Warframe in a way. Like where it has an art style that you just like you can't put your finger on it. It's so weird. It's so weird. The animations are so weird. But it's not like you would think it would feel like or look like it's low quality, but it's not. Like I'm playing in stop motion. Fucking weird. Each orb represents a life you have. Oh, you have a maximum of 3 lives. Okay. On the right bar, resistance. It decreases when executing hits and movements while receiving hits. If it reaches 0, you lose a life. Okay. Left bar shows status of your current XP level. Okay. Runes are used to buy statistics, stats. You get 3 of them when you level up. Okay. Quick use consumables. Okay. So how do I... interact with the Kodama? Okay. Oh, look at the little guy.
The Kodama saw some of their light in Takeshi and visited him in his dreams.
In my dreams, they speak without words, into my heart.
It was the same with Takeshi.
Find Kitsune. Okay. Oh, crouch. So weird. This is fascinating to look at. Okay, it looks like the Kodama is feeding Kitsune something. I don't get it. Am I missing something? Did I have to pick up the Kodama or something, maybe? The Kodama was like right here. And then I put him down. Kind of Super Nintendo vibes, kind of, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. It almost kind of reminds me of the like the animation and like video styling of like old school Mortal Kombat. I don't get it. What am I supposed to do here? Does anybody know?
What's the name of this game? It's called Spirit of the Samurai. Oh, maybe you're right. Base. Open the player menu. Okay. Takashi's status is here. Okay. Pending missions and objectives are shown here. Inventory is shown here. Okay. There we go. I fed it. I liked it. Now there's a spirit bridge. Cross the abyss. Okay. Find Kitsune. Okay, there's one right here.
Kitsune.
Hello, my friend.
You look troubled.
Something moves among the spirits. I feel Stendoji's presence. I fear the moment we have dreaded is at hand.
It can't be. What has changed?
The answer may not be what, but who. You must warn the village.
We have prepared for this all our lives.
Preparation only takes you to the edge. Truth pushes you past it, and victory is never certain.
Damn, I love that.
We will stand.
That line goes hard. Preparation only takes you to the edge.
And
the truth pushes you over.
We will know if that is enough. Do not underestimate your enemy or his command of the dead.
I know nothing of the dead.
You are wiser than you know. Let your instincts guide you, and keep Chisai close.
Chisai? The field of war is no place for a kitten.
Kitty.
No living thing belongs in war, but in desperate times, all must play their part. Now, wake!
See, guys, I'm just like the samurai. I'm just like the samurai. I have my cat.
Dream weighed on Takeshi's heart. He feared
We're
the
going into
days
battle.
of peace had come to an end.
I love the art too. It's so I don't know. It's so interesting to look at. What's up, bitch?
Takeshi, finally. You know my mornings are not complete until I've seen my samurai spar.
Oh, sorry, we're homies. My bad.
I understand. But I have something I must speak with you about.
Remind me, Takeshi. What is our first duty in this village?
To maintain our fighting strength.
Indeed. For a moment I was worried you had forgotten. First you fight, then we talk. Naru, remind Takeshi of his vow.
It would be my pleasure. I have no doubt.
Oh yeah, here we go. All right, let's see what the combat's like.
Come, Takeshi. Show me how a good samurai handles his sword.
Oh, what? Cover yourself. Oh, whoa. Oh god, oh god, okay.
Your fighting skills are getting better than my lamps. My entertainment tomorrow will be me watching you repair them.
That's so, oh god. God damn, okay. Okay. Oh, you didn't see that coming, did you, son? Come on, bitch.
Baldur parries too much. Did you forget you can attack from behind?
To attack. Oh, okay. Roll to. Fuck, I'm trying to learn, dog. I can't get that down. There it is.
Don't you remember how to parry an attack?
Right, yeah, dude, I've already active parried, like, I've already fucking perfect parried like 5 times already. Try it again. You want some of this? Okay, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready!
Naru says he can parry even arrows now. Come, use your bow, Takeshi. Let us see him try.
RB.
Very good, Naru.
God damn, okay. I'm not used to the attack timings. Turn while covered to make a quick swing. Try it out now. Turn. Walk back while covered and roll. Okay. Repeat training? No. God damn. I'm so used to hitting like the other buttons, not using my directionals to attack. I keep turning my back. I need to stop doing that. See that motherfucker doing like some spinny shit? How do I do that? God damn. Very cool.
What's that?
Kitsune came to me in my dreams again. I fear Shitendoji has returned.
Can it be?
I feel it in my bones.
Naru, are at the village. Tell the warriors to take up arms and prepare for battle.
Yes, master.
The moment we have prepared for is upon us. Get to the tower and assess the situation. Then report back to me.
Are they
Quickly.
demons? Oh shit! Oh, he's okay. Ew. Ew. How far did the motherfucker fly me away? Oh,
Oh, this is cool as shit. This looks cool as fuck. What you want? Open the player menus. Okay. RB. Unlock hits you can assign to different combos. Oh! I see how it's like. So you actually custom. Oh, so it's basically like it's kind of like Tales almost, like the Tales of games where you actually like program each specific like button to like be a specific combo. That's kind of cool. Very cool. Dude, this is so cool. This is so cool. How can I use my my points? How can I use my my status points? Must have not unlocked the ability to use it yet. I heard you. Where are you at? Oh, you're gone. Pussied out. Ran away. Atmosphere seems dope. The atmosphere of this game is insane, dude. Ah, fuck. Fuck that up. How do I use my fucking points? There's so many over there. I don't know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Birdman. What the fuck is that? We're the main character, dog. Whole village is already smoked out. You took too long of a nap.
How long have I been unconscious? This is terrible. Chisai, I hope you're somewhere safe.
Yeah, me too. All right, we gotta find our kitty. Is that motherfucker eating his brains? Y'all see that? What's this? Walnuts. Okay, we need that. I don't know why, but we need it. Popping off. We're popping off. Got his ass. Oh, okay. So you have shrines kind of like, Neo. Oh, you can buy stuff? Sure. Collect the cherry. Okay. Oh yeah, you didn't expect me to go all in on strength, huh? No you didn't. We got crying baby. Who's crying baby is that? How do I get up there? There it goes.
I still have things to do here.
Okay. What you doing, ho?
Anoko, are you okay?
Takeshi, I'm so happy to see you. We thought you were... It all happened so
They better not have
fast.
eaten kitten brains, but you better shut up. You better shut up.
I have failed you. I have failed everyone.
No one could have foreseen this.
But Kitsune told me.
All that matters now is that we prevail. Let your sorrow harden your resolve. We need you.
Yeah, why didn't you do anything?
Where is everybody?
Those that survived are guarding the perimeter.
And you? Are you all right?
I couldn't endanger the baby. I barricaded myself in and blocked the door.
She's using the baby as a
Only
shield.
other way in is through
Don't
the
pretend
well
like she
on
ain't.
the other side of the house.
Elden, have you
breaking
watched
in.
Arcane Act 1,
I'll go
Arcane
into the
Season
passage.
2? There's so
you
many
come through the
impressions.
well and meet me?
I think I've only watched the first season.
Is it locked?
The key is inside the house.
I'll be there as fast as I can.
And Takeshi, beware the dead.
Beware the... Anoko!
What do you mean, what does that mean, son? You already know what that means, son? I liked Arcane Season 1, yeah. Bob, what happened to your face? You don't look good. I mean, I'd like to know how he decomposed that quick, but, you know, that's a different story. Wasn't ready. Mission accomplished. Oh, you got some loot? How are these fucking zombies rolling around and shit? That's what I want to know. Oh, straight to the head. Did you see that? This game looks effing awesome, dude. It is. It's fucking sick. Zombie Liu Kang, I know.
What's this? Man, you are thick. Oh, I know why. I know why. That doesn't do anything? Then why'd you give me fire arrows? They totally gave me fire arrows like falsely there. That was kind of bullshit. I'm gonna be real about that. You would have thought like, hey, here's some fire arrows. Like you're gonna have a use for these right now. And instead it's like, nah, not like right now, but like maybe later. Damn. God. Oh, fuck. Damn. I was not expecting that. I'm gonna be real with you. Is there loot up here or something or what? It's only a demo, so it's not like nothing here is like final. I don't know when the game actually releases. And I think that there's supposed to be like some element of blur here. I'm not really like I think it's supposed to be like part of like the, you know, the like cinematic quality of it is supposed to look like that. Come over here. I can't see you. Got your ass. Oh, December 12th launch? Yeah, it's a ways off then. I mean, it's not, but it is. A month off. I think it's supposed to just be like the cinematic look of it. What the fuck is that? Whoa, what the fuck was that? Fine, Anako. I'm so not used to having to deal with these. It's never gotten better. You know what I'm talking about? Like the 2D games or 2D environments where you have to like hit up next to the stairs to go upstairs. One day after 1999, I don't think the Warframe 1999 is going to be competing with a game like this. Or the other way around. I don't think a game like this is competing with 1999. It's just different audiences, different expectations. Tiring for your eyes? Yeah, probably because it's 4 a.m.
in here. Incense. More offerings. Okay. Very cool. Okay, there's a little bit too much loot here. my like ADHD for loot is like going off the charts. There's like too much shit to loot. Am I supposed to be defending this village, or am I supposed to be looting this village? Like, I feel like a fucking bandit right now. Like, man, this sure is like this is my favorite home. This is my home. This is where I want to defend. But let me just go ahead and run around and grab a little bit. Let me grab some tea and some incense, and I'm also gonna pray at the shrine. Hanako. Hanako-san. Hanako. What up, boo?
The way is clear, but not for long. We should leave now.
One moment. I'm preparing something that will help you. There are some Toki roots in the storehouse behind you. Can you get them for me?
Find it. Here.
Do you have the roots?
I'm still looking for them.
Where are the roots? Bro, bitch, I fucking looted this whole place. What are you talking about? Is it in here? Toki root. Fish. Okay. There you go.
Just a few more seconds.
We should go.
There. If you drink this, your strength will double. Be cautious, though. Its effects do not last long.
Okay.
Neither will we if we stay here.
Strength boosting potion. I'm surprised she's not like, here, just snort this. I fight like a champion. Oh, eliminate the wave of enemies. Okay. Come on, who's next? Who wants it? Who wants to smoke? Okay, okay, I'm just kidding. Oh shit! Popped his fucking head off. Let me get one of them arrows back. I just got some walnuts. Yo. You bitch, that was a fucking cheap shot. You know it. How did that hit me? I was bent down and it like pulled me up automatically. How much of this do I have to do over again? Bro. Feels like the entire budget was spent on cutscenes. I don't think so. Bro, it's a fucking indie game. What game is this? It's called Spirit of the Samurai. There's a demo for it on Steam. I thought I'd give it a shot. This is an indie game? Yes, this is an indie game. This is not coming from a AAA studio. This is like probably a team of maybe like 10 people that made this. Yeah, I've never heard of these studios before. Feedback options. Yeah. Yeah, Digital Mine, Quali Gaming. Yeah, who are these fools? Let's look. The gaming. Yeah, they have so this is the publisher is Quali Gaming. They've published 70 games. Like even the publisher is small. So that's the publisher. Digital Mind is the developer. Digital Mind developer. This is the developer. They do all kinds of shit. They also made Kitty Quest, which it looks like it might be like a something specifically for the cat, or maybe they're just reusing the cat mechanics most likely. Feature films, they've done documentaries, they've done short movies. Like, this is a super small, like, very indie, very indie developer. Like, look, Big Santa Adventures, Legends of Eisenwald, Droid. Like, and it's all very like it's all very like, some of these other games are like very like this looks like a Flash game. Yeah, it's an Android game. Yeah, so they're a very like, it's a fledgling developer and a fledgling games publisher. I think it's pretty fucking cool though. I'm here as long as it's not a scam. I mean, I just played it right in front of you. I don't think it looked like a scam. It played well. It wasn't janky at all. I didn't really run into any issues or anything like that. I think the only thing that I ran into that I thought was like a little bit like I think that like, cuz I think that they're probably like reusing some assets from their Kitty Quest game. I don't think there's a problem with that, to be honest with you, especially when you're a smaller developer. Like, do what you can to be able to like make use of the assets and resources that you do to be able to put a game out there. I think the game is really cool. I think the concept is really interesting. The voice acting was pretty good. The cutscenes were done, you know, relatively well. I think the art style overall is very unique and very interesting, and it's definitely a fresh feel and a fresh cut. I appreciate it wholeheartedly. I think it's a really cool game. I'll check it out when it's released, for sure. From what I've seen, they got a buy for me. The art is beautiful. Is there a planned release? Yeah, December 12th. If you're done with the demo, you could always play the Killing Antidote. I don't know what that is. The game will do well with word of mouth and marketing alone. Well, there hasn't really been any marketing. I think I saw it like on like an indie game showcase like a few months ago, and then I saw it on Twitter just now, and then I showed it to you guys, then we played the demo. It's interesting though.
I'm always a big fan of games that are like that are unique. And it's a very unique game. I always like games where people are trying to do something a little bit on the different, like trying to do something different. Anything different. My like nano leaf is like way too fucking bright. That's the problem. I was like, why does this whole place look so fucking red? That's probably why. It's actually also my desktop that's doing the same thing too. Let's see here. You know what, man? So like initially I was gonna probably play something else, but like throwing down on another game for like an hour doesn't really sound like that worthwhile. I wouldn't be able to really get all that much done. I think that, you know, with yesterday not feeling well and then today, you know, getting back into it, I think I probably should just try to take it easy and not try to like stream too long. We'll get longer streams in like next week, but I'm already starting to get like hungry and feeling like a little bit tired. It's probably a good time to just like chill and just kick it from now on for the rest of the night. I have a video that should be coming out this weekend. If it doesn't come out this weekend, it'll come out on Monday. I still haven't gotten any word back, which is sad. Gonna need that. Gotta save that energy for Stalker 2 next week. Yeah, we're gonna go hard. We'll play Stalker 2 both streams next week. That's what the plan is going to be at the very least. And then yeah. So if you don't get a video by this week, if you don't get a video this weekend, you'll get a video most likely, I don't know. You'll end up getting like 3 next week. Will probably end up being the case, or at least 2 next week. Because I know I have to at least put 2 out next week at the very least. So either way, we will see. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Today was a good day. I appreciate. Are you still doing the podcast? We haven't done the podcast in like 4 months. It's just it's too much extra time that it takes away from everything else that I have. Like Sunday is like my only day that I have to myself to not work and just like play games and just chill and be by myself. So if I put this, if I resurrected the podcast, it'd be yet another day that I wouldn't have time to do other things, or to like just, you know, be alone or not alone, but like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm working on videos. Thursday, Friday, I stream, and then Saturday is my day to hang out with folks, and then Sunday is usually my day alone to myself to like play games and just kind of catch up and rest and whatnot. But if I put it on Sunday, then like, cause that's where we were doing it before, it just wouldn't work. But yeah, to conserve some energy and just kind of chill and vibe out and whatnot, I think I'll call stream here. And I will pick up, we'll pick up where we left off next week. I'm looking forward to Stalker 2 next week. It's gonna be a lot of fun, man. Really excited for it. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. What's up, Fonz? I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you guys for the subscriptions, the donations, the super chats, all that good stuff. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe, stay cool, stay righteous, and I will catch you guys next week. Peace. Peace. Bye-bye. 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 Bye. Oh, Fonz, just hit me up on Discord.